Jaxor, thank you for subscription, man. Appreciate it. I even did not start anything. Thank you, man. Guys, can you write something? I don't see any messages. Thank you very much, Jaxor. Good evening, Unksur. Welcome, guys. Gonna show some some Botvinnik games. Okay, let's start from Botvinnik Reshevsky. Good afternoon. 1 second. Do you see, guys? Do you see? Yes, letters. Mikhail Botvinnik white against Samuel Reshevsky. It was played in match tournament in Moscow. Fifth. It was fifth cycle. It was in Gaga also. This 1948 when Botvinnik won it and became a world champion. Okay, so Botvinnik is white. We know that Samuel Reshevsky was very good player, but he always had problems with time management. He almost every game had a huge time trouble, and a lot of games he uh, slipped away because of that. E4, E5. Botvinnik not often started with E4 move his games, so it's interesting how it will develop. Knight C6, Knight C3, Knight F6. So the variation of four knights. It's nowadays in top level we rarely see such line. Usually, a top level plays Spanish or Italian. The bishop c4, knight f6, bishop b5, bishop b4, uh, knight d4. For example, it was implemented by uh, Rubinstein. So bishop b4 played Reshevsky. So far symmetrical position. So the tournament situation of Reshevsky was not good. That's why he's trying to complicate things later. Castle by Botvinnik. Uh, in case of d3 directly, knight d4 is unpleasant answer here. That's why he played castle, castle, and d3, supporting this pawn and open diagonal for bishop to pin this queen in some moments. Uh, bishop b3, bishop b4 c3, uh, b c d6. This is well-known theory. Bishop g5 pins the queen, and queen e7 by black. The idea to transfer this knight here, and then maybe even h6 g5. Rook f e1 logical continuation by Botvinnik. He's preparing some d4 ideas. Knight d8 by Reshevsky. D4. Knight e6 played by Reshevsky. This is all well known a long time, a really long time ago, wrote Botvinnik. Also, bishop g4 is a well known move. Um, he said that bishop g4, after bishop g4, white has more problems than after 96. Bishop c1 played by Botvinnik. Rook f d8. Also, c5 was uh, played often. The idea that black wants to provocate white to close the center or take here is not possible. Due of knight c7 here, attacking bishop and attacking the knight. But rook d8 played by Reshevsky. Uh, Tsoti, thank you for following. Thank you very much, Tsoti. Welcome. So we see that white has a pair of bishops in open positions. It can be useful, and black has better structure, pawn structure, because these pawns are weak. Same like in Nimzo Indian, for example. Um, Bishop f1. We see how Botvinnik uh, took back these bishops on the first positions on c1 and g1. So funny. You are John John too. Okay, cool. So bishop f1, knight f8 played by Reshevsky. And Botvinnik said this was created by fantasy of Reshevsky. Uh, Botvinnik thinks that c5 or knight d7 was more in spirit opposition. And after knight f8, he said black getting in troubles. Knight h4 here, strong move. Using that knight e4 doesn't work, rook e4 and f5. With the idea after rook e1, take on h4, because will be bishop c4 check, king h8, and then queen h5, very unpleasant move. And in case of fe, there is a bishop g5 attacking the queen, and after queen d7, there is not bishop d8, but bishop f7, and very strong attack here, as we see. Knight g6, bishop g6 is the idea. This is also hangs. Yeah, so Reshevsky did not play it so. And after knight h4, he played knight g4 here. The point that knight g6 also is not good here, because knight will jump here, and in case of bishop f5, ef, this rook will dominate here. Also bishop g5, for example, this very unpleasant move. Very hard to get rid from this pin now. Double pin for queen from this side and from this side. Yeah, and this knight is quite annoying. Obviously, if you play like this, it will bishop g5 again. So he Reshevsky tries somehow start these complications, tactical complications. And g3 by Botvinnik is defending the knight and wants to play f3. Queen f6, Reshevsky creating again some tactical chances here. f3, kick away this knight, and bishop e3 by Botvinnik. He said that he avoided bishop h6 not because of queen h6, because it's d and winning the pawn, but gh and then knight g6. What if knight f5 instead of g3? Let me see. Instead of g3, knight f5. In this position, knight f5. I guess he would take and queen h4. Attack here and attack here. That's what Reshevsky wanted here. So bishop e3 was played. Rook d8, admitting that this whole idea was wrong with rook d8, rook e8. Um, Queen d2, also unpleasant pressure here, and bishop g5 is sometimes threat. Knight g6. And now, when we have space advantages, we have to try to avoid exchanges, and vice versa for passive positions, of course. Knight g2, very strong move by Botvinnik. The trap was after bishop g5, knight h4, strong move, and here is attacked. That's why knight g2, and the point that queen f3 is dangerous now because of bishop e2 move here. Now queen e4 is loses after bishop a6, h6, and then bishop b5 and attack this rook. So after bishop e2 would be only move uh, queen f6 and then bishop g5 here. Queen e6, then d5, and bishop h6 later, or even bishop h6 directly, yeah, with attack here. But Reshevsky played bishop h3. So we see that Reshevsky's knights are out of position. Yeah, they don't have any squares. When knights doesn't have squares, they become useless. And these bishops are so strong here. Bishop e2 by Botvinnik, defending uh, defending the pawn. Thank you for following. Bishop g2 by Reshevsky, king g2, and d5. Again, Reshevsky has to win in this tournament situation and try everything uh, to create some chances, but we will see what happens. And he says that he was in big time trouble here, and that's why Reshevsky tried to complicate everything. John Twitch, hello. I'm doing perfect. Nice to see you, man. Welcome. So ED by Botvinnik here. ED. This is typical practical decision by Reshevsky. Yeah, he sacrificed pawn for activity. CD, knight f5. At least one knight uh, alive now. Bishop f2. Of course, we save this strong bishop and also protecting. Rook e d8 and c4 played by uh, mm, Botvinnik. Probably, as I understood, rook d8 with another rook. Maybe Reshevsky didn't want it because of bishop b5, maybe. Yeah. After rook e1, there's some checks. So rook d8, c4, and he played h5 here. And Botvinnik said that a little bit better was to play b5 here, yes, try to break this center. And after rook c1, take on c4. And after bishop c4, play knight f7, try to take this pawn. And after queen f5, defending and attacking the pawn, to play queen f5 here. And queen c7, knight d5, and some chances. And in the game, after h5, Botvinnik could play simply rook b1 here, attack his opponent, not allow b5. Yes, this was a good move. But he played h4 here in time trouble. Yeah, he tried to avoid these h4 ideas, and b5 finally played by Shevsky. And now Botvinnik could choose a practical decision, queen g5. Yes, because he was in time trouble. He wants to reduce the tactical resources of Reshevsky with exchanging the queens. So queen g5, hg, h4 by Shevsky. It was number 27 of move, and Botvinnik had around 2 or 3 minutes here, and Black had around 25 minutes. It's a rare situation when Brzezinski has more time than his opponent. And Botvinnik says that Reshevsky start to play for his time trouble, against his time trouble. And instead of h4, probably bc was more or less best continuation. Bishop c4, knight f e7, rook a c1. Thank you for following, Reza. Knight d5, bishop b3, knight g7, controlling this square. And it was interesting to sacrifice even exchange here, like classic example, not obligatory, of course. Like this, attacking the knight, and after that, before g6. Here's a good position for white. Yeah, this is just like example. BC was probably best according to Botvinnik, but h4 played Reshevsky. He wants to take here, then take here, or checks. But bishop d3 strong move, attacking the uh, knight, ag, bishop hg3, played by Botvinnik. Knight d4 by Reshevsky. He said much more resistance was knight g3 here, not to keep two bishops for white, and bc, bishop c4, king f8. But still, white's chances are higher than here. But Reshevsky continues play against Botvinnik's time trouble, so he's complicating d4. But rook a d1 strong move with idea bishop g6, for example, bc, bishop g6, and we take this knight here, and c5 played by Reshevsky here, dc, and knight c6, and bishop e4 by Botvinnik, pinning the knight, rook a c8, rook d8, knight d8. We see that black's position getting worse and worse here. And strong move bishop a5, but Botvinnik using that knight e6 not possible. We take rook e6, then give check and take this rook. Also rook e8 is coming. Rook c8 only move. We see that after check, king h7 and cb, black doesn't have any moves. Look, knight cannot move because of pin. This is pinned. A rook cannot move because of this and because of this. Incredible. f6 he played because it still was like seconds for Botvinnik and 4 moves to make, but it was so winning that Reshevsky didn't have any time here. Knight e6, any chance, I mean. Rook a8, knight c7, rook a7, knight b5, rook d7, fg, and after a4, black resign. It was 41st move. Yeah, this is how Botvinnik outplayed Reshevsky here, because he did not play objectively. Thank you for following. When Grandmaster studies these games, does he memorize endgames? If it's interesting games and he invests time and energy, yes. Because if you just see some games, just like, don't spend time, just randomly and quickly, it will not stay long in your memory. Thank you for follow, guys. I want to find some good game. Reza, hello. Reza MC, welcome. Yeah, this is a classical example of the games. How we have to use advantage of pair of bishops. The next game was played between Botvinnik with white against Bronstein. It was played in a match in the world title match in 1951. It was 23rd game. Let me put it. Let me put it down. So Botvinnik versus Bronstein. We remember that the match was over 12-12 in draw and draw. Bronstein match. Moscow 1951. Okay. You see the you see I see letters, right? This was very decisive game because Bronstein it was two games left, 23rd and 24, and Bronstein was leading with 1 point, and Botvinnik for Botvinnik it was last game with white, so that's why he needed to win this and make draw in the last, and then uh, hold the title. And let's see what happens here. Knight f6, c4, g6, g3. Yeah, another line is knight c3, where black have choice between Bloomfield system or uh, King's Indian. Here is the same situation. And c6 played by black. Uh, for example, bishop g7, bishop g2, d5 leads to more complicated positions. It's one of the main line of these systems. And knight 6, castle, knight b6, and so on. But Hornstein in this game played c6 with either d5. Obviously, he was leading with 1 point, and for him, draw will be nice. So bishop g2, d5, cd. This is the most unpleasant direction for black. Um, Thank you for following, because for them, for black, it's hard to gain any counterplay, and little advantage in development for white gives them some chances here. cd, knight c3, bishop g7, knight h3 by Botvinnik. Naturally, knight f3 move is stronger, yeah, with idea in case of castle, put first knight e5 here. Open the diagonals and castle, bishop f4, f4 even, depends. e6 is the main move here, if I remember, and this is one of the main line in this opening. But Botvinnik wanted to avoid main lines, and he needs to win this game. So knight h3 he played, and bishop h3 by Bronstein. This move looks very reasonable according to Botvinnik, because they're winning the time and have a nice development, comfortable development. But in perspective, if a game will be open up, a pair of bishops will be the decisive factor. So Botvinnik thinks that castle, knight f4, e6 was the solid continuation, then knight c6 and bishop d7, rook c8, and so on was played. Ave Bronstein was game, by the way, in 1954. Later, Ave repeated against Bronstein in 3 years later. Okay, he took on h3. Okay, in 1951, yeah, Botvinnik was exactly 40 years old because he was born 1911, and Bronstein was born in 1924. So he was 27 years old. So 40 years old against 27. So 13 years older. Botvinnik was 13 years older. I am from Georgia, not a state, Republic Georgia. So bishop h3, knight c6, bishop g2, e6, logical continuation by black, supporting this pawn, reducing the power of this bishop, e3, castle, castle. No, first Botvinnik actually played bishop d2 here. Thank you for following. Penguin 096. So bishop d2 with idea with rook c1 here. Rook c8. Thank you for following. Simple Simpson. Nice name. Castle. Um, and knight d7 by Bronstein. Also was interesting to play knight e8 and then put knight d6 here. He played knight d7, knight e2 by Botvinnik. He's transferring this knight directly to d3, from where he will control these important squares here. We see that black cannot open this position, yeah, but this bishop will become very strong. Hello, Penguin. Probably you are fan of Andrew Tang, yes? Queen b6 was played here, attacking the pawn, and bishop c3, supporting, so ideal square for bishop. It's hard to attack it and put it away. Rook f d8 played by Bronstein. So his idea to sometimes maybe play bishop f8 and exchange these bishops. It will be nice for him. Knight f4 to bring this knight on the position. Knight f6. The idea is that after knight d3, Bronstein want to play knight e4 here. And after bishop e1, maybe even e5, because they are ready for this action now, because this knight closed this diagonal, and also bishop closed connection between rooks, and if we open this diagonal, this pawn will become weak. And that's why he played queen b3 here, in this position. Yeah, Opfer Schach. It's very hard. When I'm usually stream, when I feel that I want to stream, I don't have usual schedule. It's not. I'm not professional in this. That's why. Um, Bishop. Okay, Queen b3, Knight e4 by Daddy Cool. Hello. Nice to see you again. So Queen b3, Knight e4, Queen b6, ab, Bishop e1. Yeah, he keeps this bishop on board. Knight a5. Only chance for white is to keep these bishops alive. So Bronstein seeks some counterplay over c5. Knight d3 played by Botvinnik. Zwerg, hello. Bishop f8 played by Bronstein. Uh, he did not go to c2 because could be possible knight b4 unpleasant move, attacking the rook. In case of rook b2, bishop e4, d, there would be unpleasant bishop c3 move, only move rook e2, and then rook fc1, and we catch the rook like that. King f1 doesn't have moves here. Polar beer, hello, welcome, nice to see you. Yes, this was the idea. Yes, that's why he played bishop f8, take under control this square. f3 by Botvinnik. Um, so I mean he has to do something. So this knight is very active here, reducing this bishop power. So white kick it out, knight d6, and bishop f2 played by Botvinnik. And he said it was very nervous situation in the match because he was it was 23rd game. He was one point down, and to keep the title, he needed to win this game because last game he would play with black, and he managed to win this game in such a nervous situation. He says that he should not allow black to penetrate on c2. He should play rook f2 and control this rank here. And in case of knight a c4 attacking the pawn, rook e2. So this rook is very useful here, yeah, controlling second rank and also supporting this pawn. Uh, and after knight f5, bishop f2 here. Bishop h6, it will be similar to what happened in the game. So the difference that after bishop f2, he allows this rook c2 move here. But for no reason, Bronstein also not goes rook c2. It was good move because situation was very nervous in match. So it was, of course, had big influence of objective power of moves. Yeah, Romanovsky wrote very nice, nice book. Yeah, Chigon that there is no such thing as bishop advantage. Okay, so in some positions they are. So it depends on concrete of because Chigon, of course, he loved more play with knights. Yes, also we know it from Chigorin system. The knights are um, main weapon there. Probably Chigorin was just joking. I mean, not he wasn't serious to say like that, of course. Uh, so bishop h6 played by Bronstein. Keep eye on this pawn. Rook a c1 finally preventing penetration. Knight c4 attacking the pawn. So he said that knight f5 was a good move here, and forcing white to play f4. And now he would not have good chances to win because the knight anytime could go back, then even close with f5 whole position. Yeah. So we know that when opponent has pair of bishops, we need to close position. But Botvinnik, Bronstein don't do it. So knight a4, rook a e1, and again knight a5. Forcing a4 was a good idea, but he just waiting because after knight a5, he could not sacrifice and could not avoid this weakness because g4, knight f e3, uh, bishop h3 is either b3 here and win this knight doesn't work because knight g4 here suddenly fg to keep structure because after bishop g4 we see that all pawns will be weak here. So fg, bishop c1, rook c1, knight d2, and black only black can play for win here. But Bronstein just waited. He decided to wait here, so he just played knight f5, and he waited that white will exchange everything here. But no, king f1 was played by Botvinnik. Bishop g7, g4 finally, controlling this important square. So slowly, slowly, white are taking important squares from the knights. I also recommend you to learn on some Steinis games. Steinis was very good with bishops, pair of bishops, how he was playing in games, how he reduced the any power of the knight, opponent's knights. Yeah, first we learn it from Steinis games. Knight c6, played at b3. We see first this pawn take this square, now this pawn take this square. So this knight is not so strong anymore. Also was interesting bishop h4 here, attacking the rook and provocate f6. Probably Bronstein would go rook e8 as I understood. But okay, b3 by Botvinnik. Knight b5. Now Bronstein seek counterplay over black squares because this square is maybe he wants to play bishop f8 and knight b4. King e2 played by Botvinnik. And he said a4 was more natural, not allow this knight a3 move, block these pawns on the light square. So a4 was much stronger here. But he played king e2, and now knight a3 was good move, blocking, and then tried bishop f8, and then rook a8, maybe over a5. Or, yeah, but Einstein just waits, and a4 by Botvinnik. Knight c7 going to block on this square. Bishop g3 here. Knight a6. Bishop f1 by Botvinnik. Now Black had a lot of good continuations like bishop a3, knight b4, knight cb4 with a good chance to equalize. Uh, but all suddenly he played f6 for no reason. He weakness pawn structure, and maybe he was hoping for king d2, knight a5 here, and then he would take this c file because rook c3 leads to rook c3, king c3, rook c8 check. Now we cannot go here this hangs, so king b2 and knight b4 here. Aiming rook c2, knight b4, bishop b4, and black possessing this c file because rook c1 will be bishop a3, and also rook c3 is a threat here. But Botvinnik did not play king d2. He played rook ed1 here. Maybe he wants to prepare bishop e1. Knight a5 by Bronstein, and rook c8, rook c8, rook c1. Uh, finally, white offers to exchange the rooks. So same time control this square, and after rook c1, knight c1. This is protected here. Also some bishop c7 ideas. Bishop a3 by Bronstein. He attacking knight and wants to use this square. King d1, strong move. And now black should play king f7, simply king f7 in this position. And in case of bishop a6 here, there would be ba and bishop c7 attacking pawn, then bishop c1, king c1, knight b3 check, king c2, knight a5 here. And the point that after bishop e6, we simply go here and just draw. Even black has a little bit advantage with this knight. So this would not work. And for him would be very hard to find any way here to to advantage. On king c2 there would be an unpleasant check here, and just go back on a6. Yeah, but Bronstein took on c1 here, and he wants to win b3 pawn, but the point that the pawns are doubled here, and this one pawn easily stops them. So he went for a wrong direction because this bishop was very important. King c1, knight b3, king c2, attacking knight, go back, and king c3 not allows this knight c4 ideas. King f7 and e4 here. So white is trying to open a position for his bishops. We see that when we open position, it will be much easier to penetrate to the black's camp. f5 by Bronstein. And this is wrong move because in the end, this pawn will become weak. We will see how. So f5, gf, gf, and bishop d3. Looking here. King g6 played by Bronstein. Guys, let me restart my chat. Don't see anything. And this was number 41st, and Botvinnik should now wrote down the move and adjourn the game. Um, that's why he was not hurried before. So here white had the plan. One bishop should go to d6 and reduce this knight. Then play bishop b1. Then exchange on d5 and put this bishop from b1 to a2, attack this pawn. This was the plan. Thank you for following. And 20 minutes, about 20 minutes, Botvinnik was thinking which move to wrote down, bishop d6 or bishop b1. And he decided that bishop d6 was stronger and he played it. I mean, he wrote it down and then analyzed that knight. But the analysis showed that in this position, after knight c6, bishop b1, black has this king f6 move. And for white, it's almost impossible to improve this position because after ed, bishop a2, black has this king e6, very important move and hold position. And he understood that the move which he did not wrote to adjourn bishop b1 was huge difference. Uh, instead of, in case of knight c6 now, there would be ed and bishop a2, and black is far, yeah? He cannot support this square. And after knight a b4 to protect, bishop b3 here. And then next move with bishop d6, we kick out this knight and take this pawn. Or in case of knight e7 here, there would be bishop h4 attacking this knight. Hugh Hanier showers. Yes, you see him before. Forget, yeah? Ah, okay, man, I understand. Yes, that's bad. And black is loses this very important pawn on d5. And after bishop e1, in case of fe, in this position, in case of knight c6, if black takes fe, and try to exchange these pawns, uh, position would be completely open, and white bishops are completely dominate over knights. Yeah, sometimes it's not possible to take on b7. Twinkle toes, what are you doing? Thank you, man. Thank you for subscription. I appreciate it. And floor even in this position give such ideas like bishop b7 and then march this king here. But okay, it's too much. But obviously, white has good chance to win here in this position. But instead of good move, he wrote down bishop d6. Yeah, yeah, Drupal, yes, king f7. Uh, Drupal, king f7. When I said king f7, let me remember. Ah, in this position, yes. King f7 here instead of bishop c1, I guess. King f7 was, according to Botvinnik, the good move because this is still we have this idea, but for white is not possible to improve this position much. Yeah, And what you wanted to see here, Drupal? Yeah, he did it anyway, but the point that black is not obliged to take it. And for white, it's hard to improve this position because king c2, there will be this check. King b1, then knight a6, because this bishop is very important. Yeah, he moved king f7, but he before he give this bishop, and Botvinnik claims that this bishop is more important than this pawn. Yeah, this bishop is very important. Yeah, you're welcome. It's bishop c1 maybe still was not losing the game, but complicated matters unnecessarily. And f5 was another inaccuracy, creating another weaknesses. And bishop d6, little inaccuracy uh, by Botvinnik. Knight c6, bishop b1, and king f6 played by Bronstein. And he says that this move was not only one here. He was analyzing whole night, and only at 8 morning he found an incredible idea by White. If Bronstein would predict what surprise Botvinnik is prepared for him, uh, probably he would find knight a7 strong move here. And idea that after ed only way to play for win, to win this pawn, right? Then would be this b5 strong move, and a5 to keep a pawn alive. Then b4 check, very strong move here. And the point that bishop b4 is bad, knight b5, right? And this hangs and this hangs. So after b4, king d3 would be only move, and knight b5. All suddenly these knights became so strong, attacking the bishop. Bishop e5, and then knight a7, holding this pawn like that. And after king c2, king f7, king b3, knight a6 here, holding this now. King f4 will be knight c3. And Bronstein, with this variation, could hold the game and became a world champion. But he played he played natural move king f6 in this position, and here is a surprise: bishop g3, double exclamation mark. And all suddenly this position is position of Zugzwang. So the point of the move, that in case of knight a b4 here, there is very unpleasant check on e5. Using that knight e5 not possible, we take and then take this knight. And in case of king f7, we simply take twice. And after king g6, we transpose to this idea. And then take here, and then bishop a2, no more king e6 move. Um, yeah. The point that bishop g3 is the strongest move, because after bishop f4, black had this knight e7 move here. And they protect everything. They can exchange everything on e4 next, and then give this check. And now, after bishop g3, knight e7 not possible, because we'll be check, and then we eliminate these pawns here, and we are better. That's why Bronstein was probably in shock. He took on e4 here, and he decided to exchange all pawns and free the king. F3 and then a6 here, saving this pawn, important pawn. Bishop f4 attacking the pawn. Now we see the real power of a pair of bishops. We see this position is open, and these bishops are so strong here. So we are attacking the bishop, the pawn, and h5 was played here, because I guess king g7 he didn't play, because again this idea ed and bishop a2. And knight b4 leads to bishop b3 and then bishop d6. In case of knight e7, they at least like bishop d6 idea, and we take on e7, then take here and take on b7. What do you think would be your result in a match against one of these players in the prime? I don't have any idea. How can I say it, man? I would have chances, of course, but maybe they would win. You never know. This is history, and we cannot compare nowadays chess with say, if we take nowadays we have this computer basis, much higher level of openings. Bishop f4 here, attacking the pawn. Either for bishops to dominant knight on a side of board. If black still had bishop, they would have one long range piece. Now knights will be a house trying to get, yes, yeah. Yeah, to compare to the bishops, they are less mobile pieces, right? They are jumping tricky way, but they are um, not so mobile. For example, that's why when in a game when you have when opponent has passing pawn, it's more easy to catch it with a bishop from the long range, and also support your pawns is much better. Yeah, this knight on a6 is far away from the main battle. So h5 played by Bronstein, and ed to avoid idea of knight e7 and then d here. So he himself he take ed and h4. So this move fixes another weakness, yeah? Sometimes this bishop can be transferred on this diagonal, attacking both pawns. And also some check here prepared. Knight b8, desperately try to activate this knight. Check on g5, king f7, and bishop f5. King could not go on e6 because it has to control this square. Uh, White can penetrate and take this pawn. That's why king f7. And same time, he did not want to go here because bishop f5 opened this square. So if f7 is the ideal square for the king. We have both squares on the control here. And bishop f5 not allow knight d7, so these bishops completely control whole board now. We see this is a good example of real power of bishops. Knight a7 by Bronstein, and he's trying to play b5 now, exchange the pawn. It was more tricky to play knight e7 here, but still white has good choice between bishop e7, king e7, bishop g6, knight c6, bishop h5, knight a7, then king b4 here. Or even not to go for it, play bishop h3 here. And in case of knight b6, bishop g2 going to here. King g7, then bishop e7, knight e7, king b4 here. Knight c6, king b5, knight d4, and king b6. And this pawn all suddenly becomes very strong. Yeah, we will win this and a5 and then push it. Yeah, in blitz, knights are much more tricky, especially in bullet chess. There, these forks and this stuff. Yeah, you remember last Thai Speed Chess Grand Prix tournament on Chess.com when it was final against we did with Black against Nakamura in bullet when Nakamura blundered pawn on e4, knight took it on e4. Yeah, then he managed to win, but position was bad. So that's why he played knight a7 here. B5 is the idea. Bishop f4 attacking this knight. Knight bc6. Knight, bishop d3, not allowing b5. So this knight you see, or one knight is on the edge of position, or another. They just stuck there. Depends on position because I prefer myself rook than bishop and then knight, of course. It depends on position. Knight a c8. So Bronstein has only to wait and just not to blunder knight on pawn. Bishop e2 attacking the pawn. King g6. Bishop d3 check. Came in on terrible PC. Hello man, how are you? Yes, we can do it. Definitely. Against Smyslov, for example, I can find games. In match against Smyslov, they had it. Uh, so he was avoiding the side note. That's why he first repeat and then uh, he sees the final position of Zugzwang. So King g6 and Bishop f3 here. Knight. Uh, I'm okay, thank you. Yes, enjoying Botvinnik. Yes, yes. He just repeat to gain the time and then Bishop f3 here. Knight, not gain. I mean to get time control. Knight c6 e7 played by Bronstein. In case of knight 8 e7, there was bishop g5 move, very unpleasant here. Also good is bishop c7 attacking this pawn. In case of knight f5, there would be bishop d5, knight f d4, then bishop d6. Also very dangerous for black here. a5, h6 idea. And bishop g5, also good move. Knight f5, nothing else. uh, Bishop d5, knight f d4, then bishop e4 check here, king f7, and king c4. Yeah, this position also was very unpleasant because if knight goes, then king penetrates. If king goes, then we take this pawn. Knight cannot move. Yeah, that's why he played knight 6 e7, bishop g5 played here, and now despite that black has pawn up, they are losing duel of Zugzwang here. Uh, Now it's possible knight c6 continuation, bishop d5, knight d6, bishop f3, king f5, and bishop c1. This variation was uh, suggested by Vasily Smyslov. And in case of B, now bishop h5 is a threat. In case of b5, there is a bishop 6, bc, and a5. And white is winning here because this pawn will go here, then this king penetrate, attacking this pawn. And in this position, after um, bishop g5, can you imagine? This was position. And Bronstein here was thinking about 40 minutes, uh, and he resigned. He simply resigned here. And last game, number 24, Botvinnik made draw, and he holds the title. Yeah, 12-12. Both of them, if I remember well, they won 5 games. 5 games won Bronstein. Before this game, he was winning 5 games over 4 winnings of Botvinnik. Yeah, that was a tragedy, tragic game, tragic game for Bronstein. Oof, another very sharp game. I want to show you. Gaming on treble PC. Do you value more winning spectacularly but losing somewhat often more than winning or drawing a lot of games will result to losses over a longer period of time? To summarize, do you value performance or consistency more? Ah, okay. By sport side of view, of course, it's better that option to win to lose less and not create. But I like to play so far a more creative chess, which of course has risk to lose more games because when you're not so much prepared in opening, try to every game play by yourself. It's also risky. Thank you for following. Greetings from Uruguay. Oh, gracias. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Hola. I've never been in Latin country, Latin American. I mean. I hate to lose sometimes. It depends how you lost, by the way. Most painful when you play whole game very nice, and then you miss-sleep or blunder with one move. If your opponent play outplay you very well, then okay, nothing to do. No, habla poquito. Let's see next game again. Now they played in 19 championship of USSR in Moscow 1951. Bronstein was against Botvinnik with white here, with very sharp game. Let's see this. Only thing what is changing is that Bronstein is white here. It's not much. Just Moscow 1951. It was USSR championship here. So let's flip the board. Do you think Bronstein was one of the best calculating? Yeah, he was very good in calculation, but it's not only it was not only his best side. He was very creative also. Yeah, of course, gaming on table PC. If I would have time machine, I would go back and play with lot of classicals, or maybe with everybody. So Botvinnik says that this championship was his first after 1945. So 6 years he did not play in Soviet Union, Soviet USSR, USSR championships. Um, he says that a half tournament he was playing decently and was leading, uh, but then the second part of tournament he didn't play well, and he thinks that this game was much more most interesting from this tournament. Zarathustra, yeah. If we go in future, I guess maybe some supercomputer or something super artificial intelligence close the chest. So better don't go too far. Uh, D4 was played by Bronstein. D5. So we go to Botvinnik system. Knight C3, Knight F6, Knight F6, Knight F3, E6, Bishop G5. Who wants to avoid these complications can take CD, ED, and Bishop G5. Bishop G5 directly. DC played by Botvinnik, E4, B5. And Bronstein had some novelty in pocket, so he wanted to surprise his opponent, Botvinnik. Let's see what happens. Kotek Sedok. Are you now strong as a Botvinnik? Maybe I'm stronger in openings because we after that a lot the computer changed a lot of openings evolution. Yeah, this is Botvinnik system in Slav. Yes, it's like mix of Slav and Queen's Gambit. We see these pawns. For example, after Bishop G5, uh, the H6, there is an anti-Moscow variation. Also starts like this: E4, then G5, and then B5. Also very risky. And thank you for following. But in this game, Bronstein goes to main line because he prepared something here. E5, uh, H6, Bishop G4, G5, and he take EF here. So main move is knight G5. We know that HG, Bishop G5, knight D7, then EF or G3, and it's very complicated system. Still not refuted, I guess. But in this game, EF. I think once I played in classical chess. I think in Vacant Z or something long time ago against Cheparino with white. This I won interesting game uh, because I was inspired by this game of Bronstein and I decided to play it. And it was surprise, I guess, for Cheparino. So EF take Bronstein. GH. This was a known idea of EF. It was played actively in after World War II. Knight E5 here. Of course, White is not losing time to recapture this useless pawn here. So knight E5. I think this how I played against Cheparinov. Queen F6 and G3. Okay, so nowadays with computers, of course, it will be easily to refute it with black. But for that time, it was not so easy. Tassin Rashid, thank you for following. Yeah, G3, knight D7, and Queen E2. I think exactly like this I had game against Cheparino. Maybe after this game we can find, if you want, I can search it. Search it and we can see it. I don't remember exactly, it was a long time ago. But was this line I remember. It was a very sharp game. I can show you if you want. So this move was prepared by Bronstein. And this was novelty for that time. F4. Okay, after this game I will show you my game. Thank you for following. Robert Zerafa. Иванов, по-моему, мне было 17. Ну, такие вопросы вы можете загуглить. Мне кажется, там есть ответ в Википедии, если не ошибаюсь, или где-нибудь. 17, по-моему, мне было. Давным-давно. Okay, Queen E2. Yes, Botvinnik says that F4 was people playing before. But this move is more dangerous for black. But he thinks that in these complications later, black chances are higher. He says that during the game, when he was waiting, anticipating Bronstein's next move, he was a bit worried about knight c6 here. Bishop b7, bishop g2 here, rook c8 and d5. But later, when he analyzed this continuation, he understood that after h3, this move is strong, distracting bishop, bishop e4, bishop 6 dc and knight c5 attacking this bishop. Um, and after knight b5, we cannot take because of mate on d7, but queen e5 here. Knight c3, rook c6, f4, and then queen d6. And he said that black has advantage in this position because, for example, bishop c6, this attacked castle not possible because all suddenly this bad pawn became main guy and mate, and otherwise knight d3 is coming. Yeah. Не за что, Иванов. But Bronstein surprised him with this queen e2 move, which he prepared. Uh, Bishop b7 was played later, and also c5 is interesting. But Bronstein took on e5 in this. Alice Cruz, thank you for following. D e e, Queen e f e7. Encyclopedia in that period when this book was written was recommended Queen d8, and then after Rook d1 put Queen on b6 here. So Queen e7 was played. Bishop g2 attacking the pawn. Bishop c7, b7, long castle. We see that Bronstein put accent on fast development and weakness of these black squares. Knight can always penetrate here. A long castle cut off this king from the queen side. And from first sight, black's position seems to be critical here. For example, on rook d8, uh, white will not take here, otherwise, because king will escape here. But knight e4 would be unpleasant with idea mate here. Rook d5, then knight d6 check. King d8 and bishop d5. And white has a solid advantage here in this position. Queen e3 or queen f3. Yeah. But um, he played bishop g7, preparing short castle here. I remember I analyzed this position without computer a long time, and I understood that practically white has good chances when opponent is not prepared. So f4 played by Bornstein, supporting this important uh, pawn castle. Rook d6 penetrating the square. Rook a d8. Rook h d1 and rook d6 played by Botvinnik. And Bronstein took ed, and Botvinnik says that this is only way to complicate the thing here, to complicate and find good chances. Because after rook d6, rook d8, uh, nothing was promising queen d2 because of rook d6, ed, then queen d8 here. And in case of d7, there is a b4, and then c3. And in case of knight e4, there is a c5 strong move here. So with either bishop d4, and if you white takes, then we take on g2 and take on d6. But after move what Bronstein chose, this bishop now is very strong. So I remember when I analyzed this, I found better way than Bronstein did. I improved Bronstein game somehow, but it was so many years ago, I don't remember now my analysis. So knight e4 was played. In case of knight b5, black could play queen a5, or even take on b5, then bishop b7, queen b6, and rook d8. So Holstein tries to take this square. Queen a5, a tricky move here by Botvinnik. In case of knight c5 now, will be queen a2. And after knight b7, there's a check. King d2 and queen a6 strong move, attacking the knight. And after this, queen a5 check. And any white move, they will lose this knight. For example, king c1, we will check, then check, and check on b4 and take this knight. And in case of king c2, will be queen b4, attacking knight and attacking this pawn. In case of, oh my, again I clicked this stupid. 1 second, where is this position now? Sorry guys. That's why I need to remind me to refresh after each game, because sometimes I click button, it jumps to another game. Okay, let's see like this maybe. Oh yeah. No. G5, DC, F, G7, F4. Okay, this was position. Queen D8 and tricky move. Yeah, this was the line. If in case of knight C5, so this was the idea. Queen E6, and in case of king E3, there was queen B6 pin and win this knight here. That's why queen E5 was very tricky move. And that's why no, I mean white has to defend this pawn with a king here. So king b1, and after king b1, queen b6. And this move could allow white to finish the game to draw. Yeah. Um, During the game, he did not find this h3, very tricky move here. Um, because now bishop h3 is a bet, duel of c5, knight c5, and bishop d5. And black has counterplay now, queen b4 here. And h3 was forcing bishop f3. Uh, and we will see why this bishop on f3 is placed on f3 worse than on g2. So, um, so after queen b6, queen g4 by Bronstein, and he just blundering the losing of the knight, and he could draw after d7 in this position. Rook d8, f5 in this position, so creating f6 idea, and in case of ef there is a knight d6 move, and queen e8 is coming, such a complex position. And in case of e5 there would be knight sorry, in case of c5 would be knight d6 move, and after bishop g2, fe, this was the difference, I guess. Fe, then check on e6, king h7, and then repeat the perpetual. And when he would input this idea of h3 here, after king b1, h3, bishop f3, queen b6, the same idea would not work here, because after this line, no, after this c5, knight d6, black can take here and attack this queen, not allow fe. And after queen f3, rook d7 here, eliminated this strong pawn. Yeah, but Bronstein, after queen b6 in this position, he played queen g4 and allow f5 move here. And after f5, queen g6, c5. And now white has to give the pawn here, because after knight c5 there will be queen c5, not bishop g2, because of knight e6. And after bishop g2, bishop b7, I mean, there is queen f2 move, queen e6, king h8, and white cannot protect this pawn all suddenly here and loses. So after c5, this was surprise, and g4 by Bronstein, and he still finds some chances to attack here. Bishop e4, bishop e4, fe, g5 only move, attacking the pawn, hg and fg. And he wants to play queen h5 and g6, but queen d8 was played. And queen take on e6, king h8, queen g4 attacking both pawns, queen d8 here. And g6 was played, bishop h6, queen h4, king g7, and d7 was played here. Spavnoza, thank you for following. Queen d8 by Botvinnik, queen e4. So what we have here? One, two, three, four, five against four, so only one pawn, but a little bit open king. Bishop g5 because he's blocking this pawn more, and then moves to on f6. a4 was played, queen e7, and white doesn't have more resources for attack here. And finally, black is starting to converting the advantage. So queen g4 played by Bronstein, queen f6. So he wants to take on g6 with check. For example, Bronstein played king a2, but ab was losing because of c3 here. And after bc, there is a queen c3. And after queen g5, there was queen b3 check, king c1, and there was queen c4 check. Now using that, king d2 loses after rook f2, and then mate on e2. So after queen c4, king b1, and then take on b5 we check, king c1, then check, king b1, rook b8 check, and then mate on a4. This was the point. That's why Bronstein played king a2, but now c3 was again right move, but he did not have time to think much. Played b4 here, and now of course Bronstein should took on c4 here, and queen f2 was continuation with either bishop f6. But still, queen c4 was the best move. But Bronstein for some reason played rook g1 here, b4 check, king a3, bishop e3 was played, attacking the rook, queen h5 with idea mate, uh, and he played rook h6. Aha, he made a trap here. In case of rook h8, there was d8, very strong move here. d8, the point that queen d8 will be queen e5 check, and then we take this bishop. In case of rook d8, there would be queen h7 and then g7 and promote with check here. And in case of rook h5, there would be queen f6, king f6, and g7, and this promotes. But Botvinnik did not fall in this, and he plays bishop h6, not allow check. And after queen c5, there is a d8 move here. So we see that black avoided this trap, and now he made last move in time trouble, rook d8. It was number 40. And instead of that, he could win immediately after bishop e3, strong move, attacking queen and attacking the rook. And this queen cannot leave back on h5 or take here because they will be mate on queen d6, queen c5. So he could immediately take this rook. But he played rook d8 in time trouble. Queen c4 again was the strongest move, and it would be not so easy to convert extra piece. But rook d1 played by Bronstein, king g6 with either bishop f8 here. And in case of rook d6, there would be bishop f8, rook f6, king f6. And after that, now queen c4 was losing because of check, king b3, then check on b8 and take on b2 with mating ideas. So queen g1 check by Bronstein, and king h7. So mating one is hanging, king b4, rook b8. Yeah, he goes to king c5, crazy, and bishop e3 check here. Queen e3 and queen b6, and the rest is not necessary in this position. So in few moves he just resigned here. Yeah, this was a cool game. You have some discussions here. 1 second, guys. Let me see if one person is streaming. Yeah, everybody follow Ruchas 27, guys.
Now I can't play c5 because takes an attack on b5. So let's go knight c7 and knight b5. So try to attack this pawn over here. And now I can go back to rook a4 and block this because white does not
I
have
don't have
any
any idea.
bishop.
Drupal, who will be next world champion?
So
I
that's
don't
the
know,
plan
predict.
so
I'm
far,
not
to
oracles. I
target
don't like such
this
questions. I mean,
this
absolutely,
guy over here. Knight
absolutely
a5,
senseless
rook
questions. Who
a4,
will be next
and
world
at least
champion?
put some
Who
pressure
will
on this
be? That
pawn.
will be.
I think
Who deserves?
white, the what he can try is to play e4 at some point, but depends when he can get this opportunity. Because right now, instantly, I have this threat.
Fowler, who's gonna be former world champion? Okay, this I can predict probably
Thank you
Magnus
for
Carlsen.
follow, Robert.
That's much more easy to do.
Oh, hello, Baadur, you're here. Hello. Yes, today is first stream. Thank you for joining in the chat. I know you are also streaming right now. Nice to see you. I'm so happy. Let one moment. Let me see. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining. And you have been a inspiration for me to start streaming. And finally, after a long time, we are here and starting this. So, yes, today we are playing a tournament on lead chess. And it's a blitz tournament, so just games.
Not, I'm not done yet, of course. Just want to check it because it's first stream. So guys, support here with follow if you can, of course. For you, just one click. I mean, still 1 hour to go.
Thank you for follow. I can't say your name. DZV.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Fabio Souza. Okay, I will go for a little break and then we continue games. I will find this uh, uh, French. Somebody wrote that he wanted French system, right? I'll find it.
What did my opponent play? 95, okay.
But before that, I want to show you one very cool game. Before
Thank you for follow. Flavio Sosa, 82.
that. Why do you not stream with sunglasses? Because I don't
Thank
have
you.
them. I lost them unfortunately.
Barakovsky.
It was cool gift of my friend and I pitifully lost them. Ah, yeah, thank you. All right, I will prepare. Next game will be very cool. No, I will not prepare because otherwise you will find it and then no ideas. Okay, give me a few minutes, I will come back. Ah, Banana, hello, how are you, man? Thank you to remind me. Yeah, this is important stuff. This is very cool game. The Whistler, hello, man. Оффер шах — это аналитические и критические работы Ботвинника с 42 по 56 годы. У нее серия такие. I eat it, banana. I'm perfect, thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, I want to show you this cool game, and then I will find these French games of Botvinnik. So he was black in Budapest, 1952. So his opponent played e4, um, c5, and c4 by Silva. And all suddenly Sicilian defense transforms to English system. Knight c6, knight c3, g6. So black is controlling d4 square and white controlling d5 square. The difference that once knight will go here, black has e6 all the time, and d4 is weak square because you cannot attack it with pawn. Every square considered to be weak when you cannot after opponent plays piece in the square, you cannot kick it out with your pawn. That's why it's weak. So g6, d3, bishop g7, g3, d6, bishop g2, and e6 played by Botvinnik. And he says that in that time this variation was used seldom. Uh, and he says that in many years later it was founded plan knight f6, then castle, then this knight was going to e8 to c7 and to e6, or also support b5. So okay, he played e6, and in this kind of position he says that for white it's also recommended to play f4 and knight f3 in more active position, but Silva played knight g2. I also like with white to play this kind of setup with knights, flexible, knight e7 and bishop g5 by Silva, pinning the queen. So he wants to provoke this h6 move, and after that he wants to play bishop e3, queen d2, and pin a black with defense of this pawn. h6 was played, bishop e3, and now white wants to play d4 and gain some space. That's why knight d4 is necessary here. And white has time to play queen d2 and take eye on this pawn. Bishop d7 by Botvinnik. The point that from first sight it's possible to play castle here, but bishop h6, queen h6, knight c2 fork, and after king d2, knight a1, white is not in hurry to take care, but they have very unpleasant move h4. That's why he didn't play castle, because it can be dangerous. h5 is at the open file, and then in the worst case they will take the exchange, and they will have a pawn and initiative. That's why Botvinnik declined to play it. He played bishop d7 here. Rook b1 and a5. Uh, they not allow this b4 move here. Um, but now white maybe could play bishop d4 here. And after cd, knight b5, using that uh, this knight attacks the both pawns. So black should take, and then white is okay. He will have castle, rook c1, but obviously such a play not promises any advantage for white. So maybe Silva want to play for more. So after that's why he played castle. So we see that castle not possible. This hangs, and bishop c6 by Botvinnik. He's ignoring this castle at all. Now bishop d4 not works because we take cd, knight b5, there will be e5. This not hangs. A play like this is black, but with the pawn on e5. Yeah, this is a different situation, of course. So bishop c6, rook b e1 played by opponent. Rook does nothing anymore on this file, so he probably dreamed to open some files in the center. Queen d7, b3, b6, rook b1. Strange maneuvers. And white is waiting where this king will go, and then they want to try start actions. And rook d8 was played by Botvinnik, and after rook b e1, he played king f8, strong move here, quite strong move. The point that he will make artificial castle. He wants to go king g8, king h7, and position is half closed. It's almost like closed, yeah, because not any line is open, and no worry. And he didn't want it to create weaknesses. After g5, there would be f4. After h5, bishop would penetrate here. So he played king f8. That was the point. Yeah, Eddie, Barber Eddie. Hello, man. Of course, it's Predator. What else? Yeah, get into Choba! Come on! Like Schwarzenegger! Get into Choba! Who is Botvinnik? Monkey. Okay. Probably you're making fun, yes? You're sarcastic or what? Mantikata Sai. In English, if we translate it, it will be analytical and critical works of Botvinnik from period of 1942 till 1956. So he had few books of his career. He was born in 1911, and he started playing when he was 12. So from 1923 and up to the end of his career, he was wrote. So king f8, strong move. Opponent doesn't know what to do. Everything is closed. He played knight f4, king g8, knight e2, and king h7. The tricky way to make castle. And now white don't find any plan, then exchange this annoying knight. But they give this strong bishop. Yeah, this was not recommended. Bishop d4. Yeah, maybe he should play actually. I don't understand this knight f4 idea at all. He should maybe try to open position with f4. I don't know, king g8, but we cannot open actually. So maybe g4 even was interesting here. And after king h7, put this knight more flexible way. This was the way how white should play this, at least, and maybe in some options to a5, because what this knight is doing here, a hit of pawn. I don't understand what was this. And then he give this strong bishop. I mean, very strange play. CD and b4, rook a8. aim in a file. B5 by Silva, bishop B7. Very strange play by Silva. He gives this bishop a strong bishop, then he placed all his pawns on white. What is this? A4, another pawn. If this knight will transfer to c5, the game is over, right? Maybe something like in future, knight g6, knight f6, queen e7, knight d7, knight c5. So the question how to do it. Rook h e8 played by Botvinnik here. Bishop h3, spinning black queen. The point that white is in trouble, but the closed character of position is makes black's task is not easy. Uh, so he played knight g8. Probably that's the idea actually. What I was meaning. Knight goes here, then queen here or here, and then this knight will go here. Knight c1. Maybe he wanted to transfer his knight here, control c5 square, and this knight has this retreat on e2. Good move, knight c1, queen d8 by Botvinnik, knight b3. So white is provoking e5. So he wants to go next move knight e2, attack this pawn, and forcing black to play e5, and position will be even more closed. What usually with knights you have to close position. But unfortunately, the structure is very weak here. H5 by Botvinnik. He's seeking some good squares for his bishop or knight here. Queen d1, knight h6, knight e2. Finally, white get what they wanted. Of course, in this position, e5 always was bad because knight would placed in more active position. So after knight 2, e5, they provocate more closed position, but same time the knights are very passive. Yes, they don't have any squares, any future. They they will white will need these knights only for defense, not for attack. And f4 played by Silva. Finally, says Botvinnik, and it was played with huge delay, and the point that this activity was absolutely uh, incorrect here because white are not ready for such actions. When you have such a passive position, you need to patiently wait because now they create weakness of e3 square and makes more passive white's position. Bishop c8. The idea behind this move, which seems to be unlogical, but this bishop was controlling the g4 square and knight could not penetrate. So probably Botvinnik wanted after bishop c8, queen c8, go to e3. There is not h3 move. And f5 is forced. Maybe I'm thinking now, this position, maybe bishop c8 actually was an interesting idea. Here, take, and in case of take, c5. What do you think, guys? And after take, maybe I can bring this knight here. For example, this looks very playable. These pawns are very strong. I don't like this position by black. And in case of knight g4, I have this rook f7 here. Why didn't I play it like that? Bishop c8, I don't like this move actually. I think uh, I think bishop c8 was wrong actually by Botvinnik. Really, what if I take here? In case of rook c8, I will simply play h3 and then bring this knight here, and without this bad bishop, I am okay. Queen c8, I take here. If this, we attack here. So d and c5, what is this? I mean, white is at least not worse here, for sure. And the knight c4. I would prefer the white position actually. Because this knight will place here, control e3 square, attacking these pawns, and another knight will go to b3. What is this? I mean, bishop c8, I think it's just mistake by Botvinnik. Serious mistake. This bad move. I absolutely bet. Let me check on computer. Just this particular moment. I'm just curious. Okay, for example, bishop c8. I take on c8, queen c8, and I take on e5 here. D and c5. What happens? Queen h3. But still, it's Unclear. Computer says knight g4. Okay, for example, BC, knight d2, I believe yes. Now you see evaluation goes down. Yeah, because computers, this is weak computer here. I think I will play knight c4, then knight c1, knight b3, and white is not worse here. The whole idea if queen h3 works here. But knight e c1, I will play the queen e2. I think white is better in this position. So what's wrong here? I mean, this bishop is passive. Knight g4 is principal to bring this bishop to e3, but queen e2 is either queen g2. If I manage to exchange the queens, white will be really better. Yeah, it's already plus minus 50. Yeah, okay, bishop c8, I'm sure it's mistake. I don't like bishop c8. Bishop c8 was wrong idea here. At least should be prepared somehow. Maybe something like f5 or suddenly it works. I'm not sure, but okay, anything better was than bishop c8 here. Maybe rook a e7 first, protect this f7 square, and then prepare bishop c8, and then knight g4 immediately jump after fe. I don't know, looks interesting. f5, I don't know, is requires calculations because I will take ef, then fe, and then rook f5 or bishop f5. I don't know. I like this rook h7 move here, and then prepare. Okay, whatever. Bishop c8 played by Botvinnik. Something go wrong for Botvinnik here, but his opponent played very bad. He played f5 here, closed. Look at this, all his pawn. What is this? When he had bishop, he should take. I mean, even bad or good, but you should take. You have to take such a pawn. Knight g4 by Botvinnik. Bishop g4 only move, ag. And now we see that these pawns became so weak without light square bishops suddenly. And fg was played by Silva. And now Botvinnik make huge inaccuracy. He take fg, and much better was king g6 here. And in good moment to prepare f5, break through here. This was a good idea. So, but he take fg. That was mistake. And now the win is very complicated if even it's possible to win. But if he would play king g6, it would not be such an interesting game, maybe. So king g2 was played by Silva, rook a7, knight g1. So knight controls these important squares, yes? Maybe some idea was to penetrate his queen, so I would bring this another knight to c2 probably to control e3 square. Let's see what happens. Bishop h6, and yeah, knight a1, strong move. Yeah, we need to bring this knight here. Rook h8, knight c2, king g8. So he wants to put rook here and attack this square. Rook f1, f2, rook h7, queen e2. So everything to defend the pawn. Bishop g5 and king h1. So this is the maximum what black could achieve in this position. He wanted to adjourn this position and analyze it home. Yeah, very interesting close position. Bishop f4 he played here. Gf is dangerous because of g3 and then rook h2. So he plays rook g2 defending. The point that this doesn't work, right? Because rook g3, in case of queen h4, we simply back with rook. 1 second. Why it doesn't work? On queen h4 here? ID is made in case of g2, g3. What the hell is not doesn't work? Because of knight f3 probably. Yeah, knight f3 and it's not so clear here. And in case of rook g3, we take twice on h2. See, simply white is better here. In g2, and only white has chances to win because this pawn block and this pawn reduces the power of this bishop. Yeah, that's why Botvinnik after rook f g2, he simply go back, waiting to adjourn the game. Rook f1, bishop e6, Rook 1 f2. So white triplet defender of h2 pawn. And he says that analyze of position showed he cannot directly take this f file because it will lead to a lot of simplifications. Only way, uh, okay, I will not tell because it will be a beautiful idea. He found one idea and he was waiting psychologically moment to do it, and we will see now. King g7 he played. He just waits like a snake here. Rook h5, queen e2, queen e7. So nothing to wait to do for white. He just need to wait, and black also. Rook 1 f2. So white simply repeats position. Queen h6, triple attack. Rook f2, and he played rook h7 here. To have an opportunity to always have rook f7 idea. So now he need to improve the bishop's position here. Yeah, later I will give you one question. Okay, one bishop d7 played by Botvinnik here. So white only play with one rook shows that black has not any chance to win. But bishop c8, rook f1, bishop e7, and rook f2 played by opponent. So what happened here, guys? What was the Botvinnik's idea of all this? What he did? What is the idea of behind bishop h4? After bishop h4, I simply take gh, and rook h4, I play rook g3, and you cannot do anything. Robert Zerafa, queen c1. Interesting move. And after queen c1, what can I do? For example, I play queen e1, then where your queen go? Queen b2, I play queen a1 and exchange it on e3. If I exchange the queens, it will be draw, because bishops are very inactive. Yes, Alex F7. Rook f5, Fabler also. Rook f5, look at this double exclamation mark. Look at this move. This is what he prepared. If this rook would be on f1, now he would play rook gf2 here and defend. But now white has troubles. For example, after, yeah, thank you, Amar, for following. For example, queen g4 loses immediately after rook f2, attacking queen, check, and rook f8 in this position, queen e6, and simply king h8. And black is with exchange up with winning position. And opponent played rook f1, bad move, but it's hard to say what to do here. Ef is bad because of bishop b7, and idea is to mate here. In case of a knight e1 in this position, would be queen h5, strong move here. Rook f5, yeah, beautiful idea. Queen h5, and idea now to play bishop b7 and then bishop g5, bishop e3. So, and in case of ef, bishop b7, the mating idea, knight gf3, there will be gf, knight f3, and gf. And then these pawns in center will smash white's position, like e4, ed, and the queen h2, or first bishop f6, prepare, and then e4. And white is a very hard situation here. This bishop is all suddenly so big, so strong. But maybe they should play like that, because what happened in the game, they lost very quick. So after rook f1, queen f1, rook f7 played Botvinnik. And queen e1 played by Silva, because in case of rook f2 there would be unpleasant rook f2, queen f2, and queen c1, and there is no rook on g2, and we don't have queen e1 move because knight hangs. No moves here, so this knight cannot go, so probably something like queen e2 he should play. And I guess Botvinnik was going to play bishop g5 and bishop d2 here, and this knight is trapped. Yeah, this is lost position. Crazy idea. That's why after rook f7 he played queen e1 and queen f8 with idea rook f1. Well, suddenly this rook is activating. Queen rook e2, then rook f1, queen d2, and check on f3. Rook g2 was played by Silva, and rook d1 here. Leo, thank you for following. So this rook attack queen, and also this is hanging. And so they try to play queen h6, so activate the queen, but queen f6 not allowed take, of course. And after rook g d2 to protect here, bishop f8. Unfortunately, this move is decide, because queen cannot go anyway, rook hangs, so they need to sacrifice the queen. And after queen f8, rook d1, queen f2, there is no fortress. Knight e1, queen b2, or he simply resign. What a move of rook f5. This is only move knight g2, and then we play queen b3, attacking here, rook d2, and then take here. And then this pawn will decide. Yeah, that was brilliant. 1 second, I will find some requested, yeah, beauty. That was really beauty. Requested games of Smyslov. 1 second. 270. We are coming for that. 1 second. Yeah, let's watch this. 1 second. Somebody wanted to see a game between of French system against between Smyslov and Botvinnik, so I will do it now. It was played in 1954 in the match. Parkovsky, yes, let's go. Smyslov won challengers and played against Botvinnik. City Smyslov, Botvinnik, match. It was in Moscow, Moscow, 1954. Lasha, hello. So this was a first game of the match in 1954, and they played three matches for world title, and they played 69 games. And this period was the peak of the career of Smyslov. And this series of the games give him little advantage to Smyslov: 18 victories, 17 losses, and 34 draws. But titles won by Botvinnik 2-1. Because in case of draw, it was he was holding the title. So e4 played Smyslov, e6, d4. Yeah, we will know that Smyslov is very positional player. and very extraordinary strong in technical kind of positions. And now, because his calculation skills also was very high level. So D for D5, knight C3. This is the most sharpest way and most principled by white for French. And Smith almost always was used this move. But Botvinnik saw that after knight D2 for black is more hard to find counterplay, according to Botvinnik. Masigiri once said you should never play French. Okay, and bishop b4 played by Botvinnik here. And this move still one of the best here. Another main lines are knight f6 with either ef then here or d here and knight d7. So bishop b4, e5. Uh, White has a lot of choice here. E5, a3, knight e2 or bishop d2. So I recently also played knight e2 a lot of times. Thank you for following Bestie Chess. So e5 was played by Smyslov. In current match, Smyslov was playing or e5 or a3 only. So e5 this first game, c5, a3, and bishop a5. Also bishop c3 is the main line. We saw it. Bishop c3, bc, and then knight e7 here. That was also we seen it in Smyslov Botvinnik games. We played basic chess. We played Blitz in Wiesningen in 2015. Really? Wiesningen. With whom I was playing Blitz? I need to remember. Bruya Web. Hello. Who was raiding me? Thank you very much. I missed raid. Can you tell me, guys, who was raiding me? Okay. Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome. We see the world match. Smyslov Botvinnik. Ah, Benjamin. Hello, man. It was from you, probably. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. You are so funny. Okay, bishop a5 in this position in first game of match played by Botvinnik. And bishop c3 was more popular before also. So first time Botvinnik played against Rishevsky and became popular. So b4 played by Smyslov. It was recommended by Alexander Alekhin this move. When he wrote it in a tournament of 1924 New York tournament. And Alekhin was only considered CB direction here. And after that, the white will have a really big pressure in this line. Knight b5 aiming here, after ba c3, and then bishop will take here. But in this game, after b4, he took central pawn. This is more important central pawn because it supports another central pawn. And knight b5 by Smyslov. Um, in a ninth game of match, Smyslov played stronger here according to Botvinnik, queen g4. And he gained advantage and win this game. Uh, and knight b5 leads to more quiet positions to compare with queen g4. So bishop c7 by Botvinnik, controlling this square. f4, supporting pawn. Knight e7, knight f3, knight c6. But Botvinnik thinks that bishop d7 was the simplest way here. So asking knight what to do. Knight bd4, knight c6. The point that probably in case of knight c7, queen c7, there will be after knight d4 very unpleasant check here, and this rook is hangs, and we cannot play bishop d2 because of that. And it's not so easy to take back comfortably this pawn. Probably bishop b2, but it leads to waste of time here. So knight c6 here, and then we can exchange, then put pressure on c file here. Also knight f5 is interesting. Yeah, it's a book, of course. Book, you see? Botvinnik book. Uh, so bishop d7 was the simplest way to force to take knight bd4 and knight c6 here. In case of c3, just take it on d4 here. And Botvinnik played like this in short game of match. And after cd, to transfer this knight to b6 and this c4 square. Yeah, this was the simplest way. But in this first game, he played uh, knight bc6. Uh, White is not in hurry to take back this pawn. First they develop bishop d3, bishop b8. He says that this maneuver is wasting so much time, but he wanted to keep this very strong bishop on the board. So knight d4 and a6. He wants to join to the action from a7. Bishop e3 logical continuation, supporting the knight. Also uh, cover this diagonal to have castling possibility. Bishop a7 played by Botvinnik. So both sides are playing quite logically. And castle in this position. White is, of course, white for white is good to exchange this black square bishop because if we compare this bishop to this, we understand that this bishop is stronger. Also, pawns are on white squares and reducing this bishop power. So black somehow has to avoid exchanges. And Botvinnik says that c3 was much more unpleasant move. And in case of knight d4 to take with pawn. Yeah, and then this center even became stronger, and then sometimes after castle, you can consider g4, f5 attacking possibilities, and this bishop, it doesn't much here, doesn't do much. And yeah, he had more chance to attack on king side, so he played castle. And knight d4 immediately by Botvinnik. Now knight d4 was interesting, and then c3. But he takes bishop d4 here. So logically, Smyslov plays logically, but black finds counterplay. Knight d4 and queen b6 attacking this knight, and king h1 strong move. The point that queen d4 not possible because of check, and we lose the queen. So bishop d7 strong move by Botvinnik. Cover this diagonal, also open square for rook. Both sides play extremely logically. c3 finally to keep this knight on blockaded position. Rook c8 attacking the weakness. Only weakness in position of white is this pawn. Queen e1. Also not only protect but also aiming king side. h6 played by Botvinnik. For example, castle was quite dangerous, not because of bishop h7, king h7, a check, king g8, queen e7, there would be rook c3 with counterplay, yeah? But immediately queen h4 was very unpleasant here. And attacking here and here, after knight g6, we take bishop g6, and in case of ag, there's a rook f3, rook h3 move. Even after fg, rook f3, holding this pawn, and rook h3 is the idea. Also, we can bring this rook somewhere here. So this knight dominates over bishop. That's why he decided to play h6. a4 played by Smyslov. He played it a4 with idea to close this queen side once forever, because rook c1 was logical move to activate the queen, but Botvinnik could find counterplay after a5, then put rook on a8, and then one moment exchange and penetrate on a3. So that's why Smyslov plays a4 without a5 here, and a5 by Botvinnik himself. And it's like only move in this position, positionally, because a5 very unpleasant move than rook c1, and white will be free of hand to open position on the king side, because also plan would be, for example, after castle a5, queen c7, rook c1, let's say knight 6, you can always transfer this knight unpleasantly here. One moment, and b6 not possible because we take this pawn should be on a7, and it will be extremely unpleasant position. So that's why Botvinnik meets with a5, not allow. And knight b3. This was the behind idea of a4 for Smyslov. He, of course, he sees this a5 and he would play knight b3. And uh, Smyslov thought that he's forcing black to take ab, and after cb he really would have advantage here. Because two pawns are very dangerous here against one. This is blockaded, bishop is better. We'll push b5, then play queen b4, then knight d4, then a5. We see that clear advantage. But Botvinnik found only move and strong move same time. Queen c7, very strong. And all suddenly black is who takes the initiative in this position, using that rook c1 not possible anymore because there is a bishop a4. Arpicordi, hello man. Nice to see you. How are you? 5 card draw. Hello man. Um, yes, I played French system, but not the main lines. Something like e6, d5, knight c6 moves. With white I play against French. Many times already played. Because after knight a5, there would be b6 intermediate move attacking this knight, and after knight b3, there is a queen c3, and all suddenly black has counter chances. This hangs, and queen cannot protect both because this hangs. So we see that white is in trouble here. Queen c7 was very strong move. Oh, what I did, I clicked again something else. I have very talented fingers. I have very talented fingers. 1 second, guys. Let me go back to this game. The position. Okay, so queen c7 was played by Botvinnik, and knight c5 by Smyslov. He's covering this file, and bishop 6 by Botvinnik. Uh, in case of in case of castle here, there would be unpleasant knight d7, queen d7, and ba. Because the pawns are weak, but still pawn up, and black has to find the way to have to take them back. So rook a8, then c4 suddenly, protecting the pawn. And after d6, bishop c, queen c7, but its maximum would lead for equal position. But Botvinnik wants to play for more, so he plays bishop 6 here with idea b6. Queen f2 played by Smyslov. f5 was not dangerous for black, as they would take here, and after rook a5 simply castle this position. Then b6 and bishop can go to e6 protect, and also this pawn is chronicle weakness in this position. That's why queen f2 was played, and finally castle after so many moves. So only on 22nd move he made castle. 5 card draw. Bye. Knight b3 played by Smyslov. He wants to bring it back to d4. And bishop d7 attacking again this pawn. Queen c5 by Smyslov. And Botvinnik says that Smyslov almost always was in search of exchange of queens. Yes, we know he was very strong in game. The point was that after rook fc1, he didn't like f6, or suddenly black starts typical break of center from this side, and these rooks are a little bit far away from the epicenter, and black is using this moment. So after ef there will be rook f6 and then e5. So queen g3 would be the move, protect. But after fe, knight f5 would be very unpleasant here. And in case of bishop a5, rook a5, this is under attack. We see how many unpleasant surprises for white here. So he decided queen c5 to simply get position and be secured. Queen c5 by Botvinnik. The exchange is forced because knight is hangs. In case of queen d8 attacking the queen and protect the knight, there would be queen e3, very strong move. So the point that after rook c3 there is a check and we take the exchange. And of course not queen a5 here, because b6 attacking queen, queen a6, rook a8 attacking again, bishop 6 leads to lose of the queen all suddenly. But queen e3 was strong move. That's why Botvinnik took on c5 here. So both players calculated very well this position. Knight c5 and rook c7, protecting both bishop and pawn. So this knight same time strong and same time it's hanging in there. You see, it not allows ba because of that. And knight d7, this is logical. Otherwise the bishop even could go here and then b6. Or b6 is protected and forcing to take here anyway. Anyway, he cannot hold this position. So he decided to take, and take on a5. He wants to play a6 now and create passer, but rook a8 played by Botvinnik attacking on the a5. And now a6, inaccuracy by Smyslov. He wanted to close this file, but instead b7 square was weak, and he could try to find a counterplay against it. c4 directly was stronger. This was recommended by Yuri Averbach, another specialist of endgames. Also, bishop b5 directly was interesting, attacking the rook. And after rook c7, rook fc1, rook, and next move c4. And this pawn is the same equal like this one. So it will be equal position. But let's see what happens next. a6 he played, b a6. So pawns are equal, but this pawn is weak now. And c4 played by Smyslov. Maybe it was better to play rook b1 here. Try to take this a file after rook 7, rook c1, and then seek the contra chances. Because after c4, the d file will be open, and these rooks became so strong now. tc, bishop c4, and rook d4 strong move, attacking bishop, same time aiming both pawns. Also, suddenly, white has some tactical tactical problems here. So, and also this pawn is strong. If this pawn would be on b7, he would play bishop b5 now, protecting here, and then knight d5, g3, and hold position. But now it's problems. Bishop e2 played by Smyslov. In case of rook ac1, was very unpleasant move, knight f5 here. Activate this knight and aiming knight e3 fork, and no good move here. Bishop cannot go here because of this hangs. Rook f3, then rook c8, rook e1, then rook f4. So white already has to be very careful here. So bishop e2 played. We see that these pawns are weak. Always can be break through g5, and after if ag, then this will be weak. Knight d5 played by Botvinnik. I'm just curious, maybe really instantly g5 was considerable here. What do you think, guys? g5 directly. Why not? My idea after g3 play knight g6. What Smyslov was going to play here? I'm just curious. For example, he take, I take. Then what we do? I want to play knight g6. Yeah, but f5 I will simply, I mean, you're missing my knight. 5 I will take knight 5. You forget about knight here. F G H G bishop H5. Then you don't look here, so I can go rook F8 here without the knight C6. How to equalize precisely by white here? I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it's equal position at all. Aha, G3 you mean? G3 and after knight G6, F5. But what if I take pawn? I'm just pawn. The rook F6 you want to play. This is your idea, I guess. But still, it's rook D2. You know, like okay, but instead of knight G6, maybe I can play something better here. For example, first I play king G7, controlling F6 square. What is the next move? White here. Maybe F5. Maybe actually instead of A5 is a good move, fixing this weakness here. Because bishop on B5 is useless now. It needs to be on this side, I guess, to support these pawns. And then king G7, knight G. Okay, I mean G5 was an interesting option. Let's see what happened in the game. Knight E5 was played by Botvinnik here. Not knight D5, sorry. Attacking this pawn. G3 was played and knight C3. Aha, he go for this pawn. Bishop F3 attacks the rook. Rook B8. Rook A3 attacking the knight. Hello, HGGGG. Yeah, good night here, really. If white allows rook b3 move, for example, rook c1, rook b3, they would be really in difficult position because this knight is very stable, has an ideas rook d2, and this is also weak. That's why he attacked from here. So he found only move. Knight b1 by and Botvinnik says maybe this was the first inaccuracy in the game by black. He should simply take on e4 in this position. Take on e4, and in case of rook fe1 attacking here, uh, rook bb4 protecting the knight, and after bishop d1 here, knight c5. This knight protects here, and after rook c3 attacking the knight, rook c4, rook c4, rook c4 here, bishop e2 attacking the pawn, then rook e4 attacking the bishop, and after bishop a6 then would be g5. Aha, now finally this idea, so we break this weak point, and if you give me like that rook e5, still white has to work for draw very hard. So knight e4 was the best chance according to Botvinnik here, but he played knight b1, rook a2, and but 1 second, why he could not go back? I mean, actually he made mistake now, I guess, knight d2. He could go back, yes, and have the same position. He forget to mention this. Knight bd2 is this is first inaccuracy, but knight d2 is a mistake. Knight c3 was yes, the best move. So knight d2, okay. Rook f2 and knight c4. He transfer knight here. h4. Yeah, they are controlling this square now. Pepe, hello. Thank you very much, Pepe. For example, bishop e2 with idea to exchange. Yes, rook and game will be a big chances for draw for white, but it would be very unpleasant move knight e3 because we cannot take this as a check. So that's why Smyslov played h4, also opened this square for king. g5 anyway by Botvinnik. hg, hg, and he take fg. The point was that after bishop e2, here was strong move a5, all suddenly. And after bishop c4, rook c4, still black has good chances to win because pawns are weak. The next move this, I will take here, then this king go up, I will exchange, create another weakness here. So was good chances to win. That's why Smyslov take practical decision. He takes a pawn. It's very important such positions to be equal pawns, yeah, and then in good moment you can sacrifice one pawn, so exchange bishop to knight and get some rook and game, which will be draw. So knight e5 logical move, and bishop e2 attacking the pawn. And now black made another inaccuracy. Yeah, yes, because it is a concrete position. It's better because pawns are weak of white and also rooks are very active. So combined, knight is very strong to be combined with some. That's why uh, queen and knight are very strong force usually, much stronger than bishop and queen, because uh, when it's combined with these heavy pieces, because it becomes so strong, especially queen, because queen can go attack on diagonals and on files and ranks, and knight compensates what he cannot do. That's why this duet of queen and knight are very strong. The probably strongest duet. And now he made another inaccuracy, rook b1 check here. Much stronger was to play a5, fixing this weakness, and in case of bishop b5, black has rook g4 here, attacking both pawns. I guess bishop b5 is not necessary here because it's not attacked yet. I'm bet that Smyslov would play something like king g2 here first, and after rook b4, bishop b5, but still after rook g4, white is in trouble. This pawn will go from the board, also rook b3 is a threat. So in this position actually was very it was critical for white. Aha, maybe rook f4 was strong move here actually. Rook f4, gf, knight g6, and I would sacrifice f5, of course. Yeah, this was the best solution. ef, and this double pawn is not so strong as f7 e6 pawn. I think this was what Smyslov would play here. And then play bishop b5 and have chances for draw or bishop d3. Yeah, rook f4 is strong move, of course. Rook f4, maybe rook f4 is mistake. I guess rook bb4 is strong move. Forcing take. But with one rook on the board, it's less chances, of course, for the black, because I'm playing king g2 and you cannot attack this pawn anymore. And this bishop hold this, so king g7 probably would follow. So still black has good chance to win, because I want to take it with king, and in case of bishop b5, I have rook g4, rook g5. Okay, but in case instead of a5, he played rook b1 check, unnecessary check, absolutely. And king g2 was, and here Smyslov adjourned the game after king g2. And still black's position is much better because white has weak pawns. All three pawns are weak. Okay, a5 is like only move here. Necessary because this is... Rook c2 played by Smyslov. Sorry. And this was one of the strongest continuation. Yeah, white is passive, yeah. In case of bishop h5 here, try to seek counterplay on f7 square, king g7, rook f4, with either rook f2, rook d5 was strong move here. And after rook f2, rook b7. And the next move will be rook e7, then knight g6, and black would have some good chances to win, because the idea is that, for example, if we wait, right? If we go directly here, he would exchange and have this check here, and after king g7, g6, fg, and this hangs. That's why probably, as I understood, Botvinnik wanted to put first rook e7, support this pawn, and if white wins, this knight g6 attacking here, and some chances is a rook end game, because this hangs, and after g we have this passer, but also good chances for draw for white, so they can activate. I think it's more draws than all the results. I will activate this rook somehow and begin contra. But Smyslov after a5 played rook c2. So he gives this pawn and activate his rooks. Good decision. In endgame you have to remember that sometimes active rook or pieces are more important than material. and rook b3 played by um, Botvinnik. And he said that when he analyzed this position, he thought that rook a4 was the best way. And after rook c5, attacking the knight and pawn, rook e4, giving this pawn. And now, in case of bishop h5 here, would be rook b3 move. Without the rook e3 and here. And after bishop f7, knight f7, rook c8 check, king g7 and rook c7 with spinning. After king g6, black will have pawn up in this endgame and also this strong pawn passer here. And in case of in this position rook a5, then rook b3 again. And these pawns are weak. Of course, with precise play, I believe white is okay here. But practically would be hard, of course, for Smyslov. But he not only analyzed the moves, but also wrote them down. Can you imagine? And he simply forgets his analysis and he just played rook b3 but because he wanted to play rook b3 in case of bishop h5 and he mixed it up moves and he played rook b3 here. So rook f4 was played and this was the decisive mistake by Smyslov. Probably he also was surprised with this rook b3 move. Uh, he should play rook c5 move here. Immediately create some threats. And after knight d3, bishop d3, rook d3, attacking the pawn, rook a5, rook g3, and king h2. And it's more or less a clear draw here. And for example, in case of rook d5 here, so it would be rook d5, ed, and then rook f5, attacking the knight here, rook e3, and then king f2, d4, and then rook f4, attacking the pawn. And it also will be draw. But fortunately for Smyslov, he played decisive mistake with rook f4 here. Decisive by according to Botvinnik, of course. Rook d5, strong move. So rook e4 he played because knight g6 was a threat also. And king g7. So now this king wants to go up. Bishop h5. We see the difference of structure, yes? That's why this knight so like so strong here. And knight g6 was played by Botvinnik. And so later white has to go to the bad rook endgame. Dr. Matt, you looking fresh. I'm not looking fresh, I just shaved. But thank you. I like the book. Yeah, I love this book, so Botvinnik. Um, rook g4 was played by um, Smyslov because this is hangs. So rook g4 and rook be3. Strong move. The point that black takes control over this file and now id95 attacks the rook. When it goes, it will be rook dd3 and then this is impossible to defend. And also another idea, rook e5 and take here. So white understood that Smyslov understood he cannot avoid the exchange of this bishop to knight, so he goes for it. King g6. And can you imagine such a specialist of endgames like Smyslov could not hold this position, so how hard it was practically. Rook f2 and rook df5. Also was considerable rook g5, king g5, rook f7, and rook e4. The plan, for example, if you traditionally just wait here with behind, then the plan is easy. We push this pawn till the a2, and then we push this pawn. It goes to and distract this rook sooner or later, our king to f2, and then we'll make this idea. This is winning. But he did not risk that. He played rook f5 here, rook f5, and ef strong move, not king f5, because rook f4 still check, and this hangs. He played ef, rook g c4, and using that rook e4, very important move, otherwise would be draw. Yes, rook c5 was threat. He uses that he cannot go to the opponent game. We take king g5, f5 and win. And now this pawn will fall down, and also this pawn. So precise calculation. So rook c7 was played by Smyslov. Rook a4, rook a7, holding here and also here. But rook a3, king h3. The point that even if white waits here with king f2 idea, black simply goes a4, then king g2, they take on g5, the threat is king g4, and after rook f7, rook b3 is completely winning endgame, because after rook a7 we play a3, and then we want to play check here, and then this king will follow, go here, there, and nothing to do here. King h3 not possible because f4 is a pin. So in this position, he played king h3, f4, king h4, fg, check on e6, and king f5. Only move. The point was after king g7 there was king h3 move, and it is a drawish position actually, because rook is busy to protect this pawn and this, and cannot make progress here. King cannot go because rook a7 will cut it. Yes, but Botvinnik did not make such mistake. He played king f5 strong move here, activate the king, and after rook f6 check, king e4. And unfortunately for white, they don't have time to take because of g2 then, and king f3, king f2. So he played king h3, but rook f3, protecting this important pawn. And after rook a6, rook f5. So ideal position for the rook. And white is resigned, because after take, we simply take with checks and put rook on back, or even d5, then f5, and this king goes here, and we go. Yeah, this was a cool game. Let's see the second game of this match. This was the first game, and then second game he also lost. So Smyslov started with two losses in first two games. I'm sad I missed the openings. Okay, especially for you, I will show you. I'll record this opening. Opening was like that. It was French. So French system, knight c3 was sharp line, bishop b4, e5. We saw in previous streams already Smyslov Botvinnik games, and after e3 usually Botvinnik was taken on c3 here, bc, knight e7, but this time he played bishop a5, and Smyslov prepared this b4 idea, cb, and later in this match he played uh, in this no, sorry, cd was move, and later in this match he played queen g4 strong move and won one of the game. But here he played knight b5, bishop c7 protecting this square, and this was the idea. It's a very complex game to keep this bishop alive. This was the opening. But okay, I will not repeat now all comments, of course. We just move and so on. Let's refresh the board. You are welcome, Abkodi. It's the second game. His matches always interesting. Botvinnik, M.Botvinnik. Of course, you have to give respect to such a player. Silly, slow. Okay. Second game. D4 played by Botvinnik. After such a good start, he was of course inspired to play well. Knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, and Nimzo-Indian system, and e3. Nowadays, queen c2 is the most popular line. Also, f3 started to be interesting and popular. b6 played by Smyslov. He said, Botvinnik says that 1 year before this match, so in 1953, Smyslov also was playing this, but played c5. But this time he avoided to because he saw that Botvinnik prepared something against it. Professor Dedi, Maestro, you are one of the most. Thank you very much, man. Thank you, Professor. Knight e2, logical continuation. So knight supports another knight and wants to play a3, and in case of take, not create weaknesses in the structure. Take with knight here. Bishop a6 by Smyslov. He attacking this pawn. a3. Actually I played against once with white this line, and my opponent, maybe it was Maletin, he take on c3 and played d5, I guess something like that it was, or castle. But in this game, Smyslov plays bishop e7 here. Thank you for following. Welcome, guys. Knight f4 played by Botvinnik, so he supports this pawn, also control d5 square in case of d5. And Smyslov played d5 here. Uh, this move is more weak, says says Botvinnik. So d5, and he take on d5 here. In 1951, 3 years before this game, he played b3 against Novoternov. But probably he improved his line, so he take here, forcing to take, yes, because ed directly not possible. We take here, knight e6, then we give check and take this knight. So bishop f1 is on the move, king f1. Unfortunately for white, this is not achieved something special, because black goes to a6, and in case of ef7 check, king f7, queen b3 check, king goes to back, and after knight e6, attacking here and here, queen d7 strong move. Knight g7, king d8, and then this escapes to c8, and this g file is open, so white's position also dangerous. But he simply takes on f1, and ed, only move by Smyslov. This would lead the material loses after knight c d5, ed, and queen h5, strong move here, attacking the pawn, only move c6, and all suddenly knight e6. Look at this move, using this pin and using the king stacked, and also this is hanging. And after g6, there is a queen e5 here, attacking the rook and attacking the queen. And after f6, there would be queen g. Yes, by the way, bishop f6 also doesn't works, because knight takes on d8. After bishop e5, knight takes on f7 with tempo. King f7, d leads to pawn up. So f6, and then queen g3 here. Now queen cannot go here or here because will be check, and then we take the rook. So bishop d6 only move, and after bishop d6, knight d8, bishop g3, and knight c6. Beautiful variation. And white will have pawn up here. So Smyslov probably or calculate or just felt it, so he take his pawn, and g4 strong move by Botvinnik here. And he says that he prepared this at home, and it was surprise for Smyslov. And previous encounter was queen f3, c6, g4, and castle. And Fine had a good position against Botvinnik. But now they don't have time for that. So g4, this was a strong. And now Smyslov chooses the most natural move, c6, yeah, to support this pawn. Uh, and absolutely necessary here was to play g5, actually, bravely. Anyway, white would have some advantage after knight h5, eliminating this strong knight. Knight h5, gh, queen d7, queen f3, c6, and e4, opening opening the position. Or in this position, in case of c6, there would be a queen f3 and knight a6 looks logical to bring it here and protect. But there would be e4 anyway, knight c7, then rook g1, and after h6 on h4, an open position, for example gh, says bishop f4, then this will come here, so it would be a strong initiative. But Smyslov played natural move after g4. Also, I think h6 was considerable here. h6, queen f3, c6, and h4, right? Okay, the same ideas. Yes, it's easier to play for white here. Okay, let's see what happened after c6. g5 logical move, knight d7. Knight e4 would lead to difficulties for black after knight e4, d, then we protect this pawn, and the idea to play knight h5 and queen g4, or queen g4 and then knight h5. And this pawn so weak, and also now is a threat queen c2 here. And for example, bishop d6, knight h5 attacking here, no time for g6 after castle, queen g4 attacking here, and queen e7 leads to material losses after check. And we take this with knight. We cannot take because it leads to mate in 2. Just like example, because these pawns, you see, so weak, and this knight is misplaced. It should be somewhere here, or somewhere, I don't know, another square, like d6, for example. So that's why Smyslov played after g5, knight d7, h4 logical continuation, bishop d6. Botvinnik thinks that castle was much better here, but still after e4, d, knight e4, with ideas like rook g1 and some checks in future. Knight c5 was interesting move here. Knight c5, bc, and bishop e3. Still white would have some edge, without doubts, because pawn are weak in game. But it was preferable than what happened in the game. And in the game, Smyslov played bishop d6. He wasting too much time. You see, this knight already played 2 moves. Bishop 1, 2. I mean, this is too much. And e4 by Botvinnik, logical continuation, attacking this pawn. Bishop supports the knight. D was played, knight e4 here. And bishop f4 was played. Bishop e7, it will be just very bad move, admitting that bishop d6 was wrong. Even h5 was good here, and then g6 or h6 here. So that's why Smyslov take on f4, and now this bishop is very strong. Castle, so maximum what can Smyslov do, he did, and h5, strong move, with always ideas like g6 or h6 and provoking weakness on f6 square. Yeah, this is a positional idea, h6 here, and always some ideas like g6, there's the queen g4 with some here, or bishop e5, knight e5, d, the knight have this square. For example, if logical move knight e6 here, h6, And now g6 would be bad because of queen a4, attacking here, attacking here. Queen c8 leads to knight d6 move. And in case of rook e8 here, attacking the knight, it would be ag, strong move, rook e4, queen h5, attacking the mate, only move king g7 here. And after king g7, queen h7 check, king f8, then bishop d6 check, rook e7 is the mate, and after king e8, simply queen e4. Yeah, this would be disaster. Smyslov and Smyslov tries to push away this knight from the central very strong position with rook e8 attacking the knight here. Knight d6 was played by Smyslov, by Botvinnik, attacking the rook. Rook e6, yes, supporting the king from 6th rank. And it was better to give this exchange immediately with knight f8, but of course after knight e8, queen 8, white has a very good chance to win. But rook e6 played, and d5 strong move by Botvinnik. So he attacking the rook, forcing to take rook d6, because after cd, queen d5, we're attacking another rook, and after knight e6 on the move, there would be decisive blow, knight f7, attacking the queen, attacking the rook. Queen e8 was losing after knight d6, for example. And after king f7, there will be g6 check, ag check, king e7, because this leads to mate in 1. If king g6, there's a mate, not mate, but check, and bishop g5 and take here. Also this hangs, so king e7 will be on the move. And bishop d6 strong move here. King f6, because in case of d6, there's a mate in 1. King f6, queen f3 check, king g6, and rook g1 check, king h7, and queen f5 1-0, because this rook will fall down and game is over. So probably Smyslov calculated this stuff. He understood that only move is to give this rook here, but it's losing position after bishop d6 because knights are so passive. He take on g5 here. After dc, knight 6, he would be more or less okay, but strong move queen f3 here. This was decisive move. Now this queen is reduced for his possibilities. Rook g1 is the idea, rook e1 is the idea, and in case of cd, there would be rook g1 attacking the queen. We see that this queen takes very important square for queen, and after queen h4, there would be rook g4 move, using that queen h5, rook g7, and after queen d8, there would be rook c1, and very passive position for blacks, and we will take care or just attack. Maybe he should play like that, but instead Smyslov take on d5. He likes to go end game even in bad position. Take on d5, take on d5. This was in the game. Rook c1, not allow knight c6 move, so forcing black to go to the edge of position, and b4 very strong move, not allow knight c5, connect the pieces. This knights reminds me with the game with Bronstein, what we've seen before. h6, open square for king, rook h3, so this rook will connect from these lines. King h7. The point that white even formally doesn't have advantage because knight and two pawns are like equal, but the point that they're dominating with pieces here. This rook possessing file, knight is trapped, this knight doesn't have future, and rook d3, this is weak. Knight f6 on the move, and then b5. Using the knight b8 loses after rook c8, so black has to play knight c5 and give one big pawn. And now these pawns became the main factor here. So position is hopeless. Rook b8 and a4. Rook b7, rook d3 with either rook 7 here. And here black resign finally. For example, even on knight e4 there will be rook c7, and now in case of knight c3, rook b7, knight e4, he take here, and this will promote. Yeah, this was a clear victory by Botvinnik. Yeah, G4 was very cool. Yes, yes, because black loses so much tempo, Pepe, after this b6, bishop a6. So first they played bishop b4, then played bishop e7, then played b6, bishop a6, then played bishop f1, then played with knight so many moves, knight f6, knight d7, then played bishop d6. Come on, when you play so much moves with same pieces, it's a bad sign already. And white played very logically whole game. Let's see another game between from this match. Number 4. This was number 2 with the same colors. Botvinnik are white. So he played d4, d5, and c4. And Smyslov goes to accepted queen's gambit with dc4. After that lost the previous what we seen, he decided to change the course. Knight f3 and a6. Sometimes Alyoshin was playing like that. e3 and bishop g4. This is the idea of Alyoshin. And after bishop c4, e6. Uh, to compare to the main line of queen accepted queen's gambit, bishop usually stays on c8, is a little bit passive, but Alyoshin has decided to put it on outside. And queen b3 played by Botvinnik. He said more preferable to play first castle here. Now b5 was a bit risky because of knight e5 intermediate move attacking bishop. In case of b6 there's a check, and then we take this bishop here. That's why Smyslov take on f3, gf. So white has a pair of bishops, but a little bit structure of king side will be a little bit weak here. But in general, white has more chances here. Good night, the Whistler. Nice to have you. 1 second. Let me read the chat a little bit, guys. If I missed, sorry for if you had some questions. What means the progress bar? 11 days. It's I just made for fun, like 50 subscriptions. I wanted. It was my goal. Like still, how much? Still 11 days to go. Thank you too for appreciation. Good night, the listener. Pepe, what do you mean? Where to subscribe? Followers or viewers can subscribe on my channel and support my channel. There is a button of subscribe. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm not insisting to do it, of course. Okay. No, of course, yeah. On Twitch, So I already made 42 subscriptions, so still 8 missing. But okay. Bishop f4, bishop f3. So b5 was played by Smyslov. He's defending the pawn and same time gaining the tempo, attacking the bishop. Alyoshin was playing in same positions like rook a7, try not to weakness queen side, but of course such a move is a little bit artificial. Yes, rook is out of game and not the best way to use the rooks probably. So b5 was played here. Bishop e2 played by Botvinnik. 1 second, let me read another messages. Don't mess with me. Hello, man. How are you? Nice to see you. RP chess. It's easier to play with. Yeah, this I read. Are interested in fields other than chess? Files? What? It's in fields other than interesting in fields. I like cyber sport, for example. Genticulate. Thank you for subscription, man. Appreciate. Worldsman. Hello. Bishop e2, yeah, looks very nice place here. Protecting f3. Sometimes it can go to the long diagonal, also not covering d file. So it's an ideal square for bishop. Knight d7 was played by Smyslov, and it was prepared by Smyslov. He wants to play c5 and take with his knight probably with tempo here. And usually people was playing c5 here, and after dc, bishop c5. Or I mean knight d7, because in case of bishop c5, a pleasant move is queen c3, attacking bishop here and attacking g7 square. And bishop f8 was played. But after knight d7, c6 was white's move, attacking the knight. And after knight c5, queen c2 here. And in case of rook c8, try to gain this pawn back. There would be knight c3, rook c6, and also suddenly knight b5 blow here. Using that king still is stuck in central, knight cannot usefully jump anyway. And after ab, not bishop b5 of course, because there is a check and loses bishop in the game, but b4, using that this knight is pinned. And also bishop b5 is a threat. Queen b6, protecting pawn, bc, rook c5, queen b3 with the advantage for white here. But he played knight d7, but still it's not helps to equalize fully. A4 played by Botvinnik, immediately attacking this advanced pawn. That's why Alokhin played rook e7, yeah, not to create these weaknesses. And with this light square bishop, it's very emphasized by a4. b4, we see that the whole complex of white squares are became very weak now. And knight d2 was played. So knight f6 was played, knight d4, c5, and he took on f6 here. Later he understood that more perspective here was to take knight c5 in this position, and after knight c5, dc, bishop c5 and bishop d2. So attacking the weakness. Also rook can come here or here, and after castle, even paradoxal move long castle here. The point that king can go to a2 very safe. There is nothing to attack here. No light square bishop, and white has a much more pleasant position here. But after c5, he took on f6 here. Queen f6 played by Smyslov. Much more simple was to play knight f6, attacking the pawn, and after dc, bishop c5. Then play like castle, queen e7, and play. This is more committing continuation. And d5, that's the point. White is playing on the light squares here. Knight is not controlling d5 square. And Smyslov played e5 here at the point that after bishop d6, it was forced to play fe, and after queen d3, it was a very unpleasant uh, position for black. First of all, this attacked, castle not possible, this is weak, some queen e4, bishop c5 ideas, or f4, bishop f3, then castle even short castle, we can make to short side. That's why Smyslov plays e5, but it's obviously something got wrong for him, because this bishop so strong, this pawn is also strong. And a5, strong move. fixing the weakness here. Also, always after bishop c4, a knight cannot go to b6, attack our bishop here. Bishop d6 logical continuation, blocking the pawn and preparing castle. e4 played by Botvinnik. Probably the best continuation. Uh, Black's idea to go to castle, then play queen e7 and then f5, and to create some positional danger here. And after a5, depends of situation if they play e4 or f4. And after e4, black would have only one idea now. It's f5 and f4. Also, this e4 opens diagonal for this. And it will take this very good square. So castle, bishop e3. And now Smyslov overestimated black's possibilities. He thinks that he's better here. And he plays c4. And after that, black will not have enough compensation at all. Yeah, so c4 he played, very suspicious move. He should play queen h4 in this position. Very nice place for queen. And next will be g6 and f5. Or f5 directly. And it would lead to a very complex game with mutual chances. White also have some kind of ideas like queen e4, queen c6, by the way, here. This attack here, or bishop c4, queen d3, not allow f5 so easily and attack there. So it would be very difficult. For example, bishop c4, I like the move. And f5, I guess, directly is a good idea. Then queen d3, protecting, but yeah, would be very, very hard to assist this position. Sometimes king even can go to e2 or long castle. But let's see what happened. In the game, he played c4 in this position. Queen c4 by Botvinnik, rook fc8, and queen b3. Queen g6 by Smyslov. And this was his idea, not allow the castle and not any side. Not here, not here. And king f1 played by Botvinnik. Strong move. Again, like in that game, what previously what we say, he wants to play rook g1, king g2, or just leave it here. f5. So Smyslov tries to play f4, then take this square. Rook g1 by Botvinnik, attacking the queen. Queen h5, and strong move rook g2, protecting, and also wants to play like that, and then rook g1. So on the king side, there is not real threats in this position. And now it became clear that black's game leads nowhere in this position. And yeah, white only needs to bring this king here to have clear advantage. So Smyslov has to do something very quick. He played knight c5, attacking the queen here. Queen d1, of course, not exchange here. And queen h4 played by Smyslov. It was much more easy to play f4 immediately here. Yeah, this was happened, Waltzman. Yeah, but it was not easy to do it during the game, because after that you will say goodbye to your last hopes for the attack here. That's why he keep pawn here to have a free idea. And king g1 by Botvinnik. We see these bishops are so strong, especially this light square. The idea to play bishop g5, and in case of queen h5, for example, if he would play bishop g5 here, black could play queen h3 and no rook g3 move. That's why he played king g1 to have idea bishop g5, queen h5, and then bishop f6, attacking the pawn, and also f4, attacking the queen and attacking this pawn. Codex, hello. Yeah, I don't know. I studied this book maybe 3, 4 times. This not only this book, but all his books. It's always useful to reread them time by time. For example, in case of a3 here, so with bishop g5, very ample move. Using that after queen e3, we have rook g3 move or a3 and then bishop g4. And in case of queen h5, there's a3 with tempo, and then bishop will be activated. So a3 would be simply bad. That's why finally Smyslov closed this diagonal for bishop, but now he don't have any chances of the king side here. Rook b8, so knight is doing nothing, only protects his pawn. Rooks are limited. This bishop extremely strong, just pawn up in the position. So obviously, black's position is extremely bad. So king h1, rook f8, bishop c4. So here regrouping the pieces. So this bishop controls b3 square. This queen will go here attacking here, and this rook always can support attack to g file. Rook f6 played by Smyslov. Queen dg1 he played now. So Smyslov here was in really sharp time trouble, and that's why his decision was not the best. And now he played bishop f8 and loses the blockade of d pawn. And the right decision was to play rook f7, but he played bishop f8, rook g4. Yeah, to provoke g6 he wanted to play. Yeah, and never have rook h6. Yeah, queen h5 by Smyslov, queen g2. Oof, these bishops are so strong. Queen f7, so no d6 idea, but b3 by Botvinnik, supporting the bishop and aiming d6. Yeah, rook was better. So it was time trouble for Smyslov. He lost completely his mind probably. King h8, rook g1 here. Sometimes in time trouble, even strong players became play unlogically. Rook f d6 here. It was very unlucky place, very bad place for the rook. Also, bishop b1, bishop b2 ideas coming here. Yeah, and also this rook cannot protect this pawn, so ideal place for this bishop was on d6, defending both pawn. So bishop c1, knight d7, bishop b2. So this was a Smyslov idea. Knight will hold this and rook hold this. And rook b8 by Smyslov and queen f1, attacking this weakness. Uh, Botvinnik says that white has a big advantage, but there is no direct win for them. Uh, that's why uh, they are going to the most practical way, just to wait. He could play rook g5 here, but it not gain anything concrete. For example, g6, queen f1, and then queen f6. Thank you for following. Yeah, so he just waiting with this move, queen f6, f7, h5 he played. The point of this move that after bishop a6 you want to play knight f6 and attack this rook, and then this will be hanged. Queen g2 back, queen h6, rook g5 he played, g6, so protecting all squares, queen f1, bishop g7, and bishop c1. So he says maybe he decided correctly that being in time troubled, he declines to complicate matters after this move, bishop f6, rook 5 g4, rook a8. Sorry, rook a8, attacking this bishop and then also this pawn. And after bishop b5, there is rook a5, bishop d7, rook d7, queen c4, queen f8, queen c6, and after queen c, queen d8. So the point that after rook f4, probably black has this rook d6 move. Yeah, but position seems very bad for black anyway. But he declines to go for this forced variation, and he goes bishop c1 here. Bishop f6, rook g4, bishop e7. It was better to play bishop d8 immediately, because now black cannot avoid the loss of the second pawn. And bishop d2 was played by Botvinnik here, attacking this pawn. So both pawns are attacked with these strong bishops. Also queen sometimes can go to a1 and disturb king from this side. Knight f6 was played and game was adjourned here. And rook g2, the simplest way. For example, after rook b8, protecting this, bishop a6 would follow. And after rook a8, bishop c4 here, rook a5, then bishop b4, and white is winning. In case of queen h3, in this position, attacking this weak pawn, it would be queen d1 strong move. And after rook b8, there would be queen a1. So once this rook distracted from e8, after queen e5, it will be tempo. And after queen h5, simply bishop e2, and then rook g5 is coming. Queen f3 loses after queen e5, then bishop f4. So after knight d7, there would be bishop f4, using all suddenly this diagonal. And black is in serious troubles here. And after rook g2, what happened here? And he sacrifices pawn. 1 second. To activate a little bit the rooks. So bishop a6, rook a7. So this bishop now hold this, and this bishop probably will go to d6 finally. Again on this the best square, what he was around 15 or 16 moves before. Bishop b5, rook g8, a6, and g5. It's the last chance of black to try to create some assault on the king side. Now white had a lot of choices, and probably simplest way was to play queen a1, attacking this weak pawn, and after bishop d6 to take on b4, sacrifice this pawn, and after bishop b4, queen e5. We see that this queen and rooks completely dominate over black position. So rook g5 is a threat, d6 is a threat. After rook e7, we play queen d4 and attack this bishop. And black are in desperate situation. White has 4 pawns for knight. Also was tempting in this position to play queen c4 and attacking this pawn here. And after queen h3, d6 in this position, bishop d6 and queen c6 attacking the bishop here. Also was very tempting. But Botvinnik says that in this moment, he was very greedy and he did not want to sacrifice anything in this position. He simply played queen d3, protecting f3, aiming d6, forcing bishop d6. And now he had idea to play queen c4, queen h3, and queen c6. But he just realized that after queen c4, opponent has rook c7 now, because bishop supported rook. And now bishop 6 is not so strong due to queen h3. And after bishop b4, queen b4, and queen f3, queen d6, attacking these two pieces. There is a knight g4, very unpleasant move, using this rook is pinned. We cannot take here because black is winning with mate. So rook f1, then knight e3 here. Thank you for subscription, man. Appreciate. Welcome to our stream. I don't remember your account name. You're probably new guy. Welcome. That's why he was forced to go a little bit for defense now after queen d3, bishop d6. So Smyslov wants to play this and this. Yes, metaphysic, metaphysician. Hello. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So Queen E2 was played in this position. Rook G7. We see that White has two pawns up, but still has to be very careful because there's tactical motives here, and Knight is so dangerous. Queen D1, Queen H4. So Smyslov tries to do something. Bishop E2. He protects everything. And now Smyslov played G4. After FG, he wants to take here probably. This book is of M.Botvinnik, analytical and critical works from period of 1942 till 1956. Thank you for following us. And here Botvinnik played very strong move. Bishop E1 here. He's hiding ideas. Uh, Fg was much weaker because of knight E4 here. And after bishop E1 with knight F3, knight G5. We see that this knight and bishop blocks everything. Then E4 is coming. After F3, queen H3, and it's some unnecessary complications in this position for white. I have these three volume English. Yes, yes, cool. I have in Russian, so I'm just trying to translate as I can. And I didn't prepare these games with engine, so could be some mistakes, of course. I just reading his annotations, adding my ideas also, time by time. And for example, black already cannot improve their position because they did maximum. Queen on the best position, knight on the best, bishop is best because holding both pawns and blocking this, and pawn are here, so nothing to do for black anymore. For example, after queen h3, there is a simple queen d3, protecting here, fg is I'm sure the game. Yeah, but the point that chess is a quite limited lexicon, it's limited. So I mean, I'm sure that English good translation will be like almost like the same, because it's not like literature book where is a Russian also very rich language and it's very hard to translate to any other languages. But in chess we are very limited. And I guess by English also would be nice. Yeah. Was joke. Okay. Yeah, okay. I never see it in English version, but I like this in Russian. Okay, because sometimes some jokes cannot be translated because Botvinnik use some humor. He has some humor sense in, and sometimes maybe in English will be it's from different way. And now he played h5 instead of queen h3 in this position after bishop e1, h5, so supporting this pawn, and fg, ag, and before Botvinnik says that he was greedy and did not wanted to avoid sacrifice, but after bishop g4 strong move, he writes that anyway he was forced to sacrifice something in this evening, and white has to win this game after this. Now Smyslov take with rook here, and best way was to play knight g4 here, and after a natural f3, play queen h7 strong move, take on the aim of e4 pawn, but not queen h3, duel of fg, and after bishop c5, simply bishop f2, eliminating bishop, and then these pawns will go. But queen h7 strong move, taking this. Baadur's mistakes may be good enough for my improvements. Polar bear, yeah, funny. Uh, Queen h7, and now direct line after rook g4, take, and take on e4, king g1. Laszlo Sabo suggested this line. Did not get to goal because bishop c5 check, bishop f2, then black takes on f2, king f2, and queen e3 check here. This was very unpleasant. And after king g2, there would be queen e4 strong check, queen f3, only way to hide from checks, but queen c2. And black has good chances here because queen f2 leads to perpetual. In case of king h3, there's a queen h7 hiding check, and then go back to c2. Maybe it's a draw already. So queen h7. So in the Zeitnot, Botvinnik thought that he can win with a7 move here. But Romanovsky uh, found for black very tricky idea. Bishop c5 here, attacking this and this. And after rook g4, bishop g1. And after rook h4, winning the queen, there is a bishop a7, eliminate the stroke pawn. And after rook h7, king h7, there is a mating idea on g1. White is losing here, actually. But instead of a7, uh, the best idea was fg here. And after queen e4, yeah, that was pretty. Bishop f2, double exclamation mark. So the idea is that after f3 to have rook g3 and there is not f2 because it's blocked. And now the threat is a7 or rook e1 and then block everything on light squares. In case of rook g4 here, then a7 and rook 4 g5 because rook g4 there is a queen h5 check and white is winning. Now queen h7 we exchange it, then take on g2 and these pawns and this pawn will win in the end game. And after rook g5 to protect this h5, uh, yeah, it's like geometry exactly. And there would be h4 strong move, attacking the rook and forcing to take or play rook f5 here. But after rook f5, there would be very unpleasant move, queen b1. Look at this tricky move. So kicking this queen out, we cannot go on f3 because we take rook. In case of queen b1, we take first g8 and take here, and then this will promote. Yeah, this was a beautiful idea. That's why after fg, queen e4 is mistake, bishop c5 was only direction here. But still, after bishop f2, rook f2, and queen e4 check, there would be queen f3. This was the point. And after queen f3, rook f3, black is in huge trouble here because these pawns are not going far. Rook h3 is a threat. Also, rook can go behind, or rook e1 is the idea. For example, like I don't know, rook a7. Let's say. I guess rook e1 is also possible here. Maybe check and rook h5 activate like that, or maybe simply protect. But then rook g6. This is not clear, yeah. Then he will activate king here. Yeah, this is not super clear yet, in my opinion. So rook e1, maybe rook a6, rook e5, then rook g4 here. Maybe h3 here. Maybe h3 is a tricky move. Yeah, h3, look at this move, protecting this pawn. And actually in this position, not rook e1, because he take first here. h3 maybe is a good move. Rook a6, rook e1. And in case of rook g5, maybe I can play rook d3 and then block these pawns like that. In case of rook e8, I take rook f4. So this pawn is weak. I don't know. Yeah. But He says that he is thankful to destiny that all these variations uh, he was not forced to calculate because Smyslov took with rook here instead of knight, and f3 was played, attacking the queen, and rook g2 played by Smyslov. Rook g3 was also losing because of bishop g3, fg, and rook g3 here, or a queen h3 was losing after fg, knight e4 with idea f3, then queen c2 attacking this knight, and it's lost. In case of queen h7, there would be fg, knight e4, and g5. But maybe it was the best way for black here to go for this line, because what happened in the game is just hopeless. They played, Smyslov played rook g2, and after bishop h4, he go to the lost endgame. Take, take. This pawn is too strong. Knight e8 by Smyslov, and white has three passer pawns. This, 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 which they cannot hold. So a7 was played, knight c7 on the move, king f1 going to the light squares, king g7, king e2 coming here, king f7, bishop f4 protecting this pawn, and this pawn can always move forward, king e8, king d3, king d7, king c4, and we can go with pawn here and then play bishop c5, exchange these bishops when king will be somewhere here, and then this will decide. Baadur, if you had Juho, hello, or Yuho, I was here to bed but had to drop by to say hi. Huh. Nice from you, man. One second, let me read. Бадур, скажи, пожалуйста. I will translate his question. Бадур, tell me, please. Uh, are you choosing these games for yourself, or somebody write these games for you? Не, я сам выбираю, конечно. I'm choosing myself, of course. Yeah, but sometimes, иногда там что-то спросят. For example, previous game when somebody from chat asked me to find the games between Smyslov and Botvinnik in French system, I show. Badur, if you had never seen this game before and did not know who the players were, how strong would you guess the players are? Um, Concretely this game, you mean, or in general? Не за что, Иванов. Five card draw, back. That was a backgammon match. Won, and computer says I also played much better. Cool. Polar beer. If you have Chrome, you can Google translate Russian question to English or other languages. Translate well. Yeah, sometimes it don't translate well. Yeah, I would say that with white was played very strong player, but with black, if it would be strong player, it was not his best day for sure. But I could not say that it's elite player played with black, because some moves are really unlogical, especially when he took this bishop out from this blockaded square to f8, then he put rook there, and then after 80 moves he bring back this bishop. Okay, guys, probably a last game I will choose, and then we'll go to rest, because tomorrow is the title Tuesday tournament Blitz on Chess.com, so I will stream it and welcome you. Let's see another game of them. Botvinnik versus Smyslov from the same match. Okay, good night, Pepe. Prikordi, good night too. Ruches, Ruches, hey, just finished the stream 3 hours. Congratulations, glad for you. I will show one more game from the match Botvinnik Smyslov and also go to rest. So stay, please. Good night, Pepe. So Botvinnik Smyslov, the same match, 12th game. So d4 played by Botvinnik, d5 by Smyslov, c4, c6, and Smyslov chose a Slav, and this was one of his favorite line. Knight f3, knight f6, knight c3. Another main line is e3 here. He says that he seldom played this line with white, and before with Smyslov he usually was exchange on d5 here. Yes, guys, please give follow to Ruches. She's our friend, and let's appreciate. And she just started stream, so let's support. D-C, the main line. A4, bishop f5. I also played this with both colors many times. E3. Thank you for following. Welcome, man. In nowadays, knight e5 is the most principal line. Also, it was played, it was used and analyzed and played a few times in the match between Alekhin versus Ave. So e3 is less principal. E6, bishop c4, bishop b4. Usually in this system, black uses the square of b4. Piccola, thank you for following. Nice to hear, Ruches. Castle and knight d7, so logical continuation by black. Knight h4 by Botvinnik. So in this system, whites normally seek to eliminate this bishop. Also, main line is queen e2 here. And after castle e4, bishop g6, and this is very complex position. After bishop d3 is an e5, they exchange on g6 and very complex game. But now knight h4 played by Botvinnik. And this idea also not new. Castle was played by black. And Botvinnik says that he was surprised that Smyslov played this move without thinking instantly. He says that more safe was bishop g6 here. In case of knight g6 to have this h file open. He played castle. And also was idea bishop g4 move here. f3 and then knight d5. fg, queen h4, queen f3, and castle and so on. Or bishop h5 in this position. And after g4, bishop g6. It's complex position. But he played castle and f3 strong move. So Botvinnik is not going to take on f5 because after ef and then they play f5, they fix this square. Also this pawn very useful here, controlling e4 square. So this is not what Botvinnik wants. He wants to play f3, e4 and in future change on g6. Bishop g6 by Smyslov and e4. e6 was played by Smyslov, and this is very brave move according to Twinik, because from first sight this bishop became so strong over this diagonal. But black begin make strike on d4 square, which is weak until white is not developed fully. You are welcome, metaphysics. So knight g6 was played by Botvinnik. But it was very tempting to gain the advantage of bishops, but it was a wrong idea. Levin Fish in this position, he advised to play d. So we not exchange this, but play against this bishop because it's closed with these pawns. Knight e5 and then bishop e2 here. And in case of queen b6, king h1, rook a d1 or queen c2, uh, white's chances are higher because this bishop is offside. Or after queen d1 also, rook d1, this without queens even more emphasize this minus of this bishop. And maybe in future we can also play something like g4, knight g2, h4 and bring this knight here or here. But he plays knight g6, hg, and bishop e3. Natural, but inaccuracy in this position. Again, was necessary to take d, knight e5, and bishop e2, which is less stronger than previous command, of course. And bishop e3. So he did not take it because he wanted to keep control over this diagonal. But you know, black has counterplay now and the equalizing. Queen e7 move. So black plays on the black squares using this bishop. But Botvinnik says this move was inaccuracy by Smyslov. Much stronger was queen b6 using that this bishop is unprotected here. And black square are weak. So ed and bishop c5 is the idea here. And after king h1, rook a d8, d, then queen e3. Thank you for following. And after ef, knight f6, queen b3 was the line. And position is about to equal, yeah? Next move will be f5. So this bishop strong, this also strong. So then rook d1, yeah, position is about to equal, really. But he played queen e7. I'm not sure, after queen b6, maybe it was something better for Botvinnik than that line. Just curious, what could be better here? Hard to say from beginning, instantly. Maybe knight e2 here. Yeah, I'm thinking about knight e2. So king h1, rook d8, knight e2. So if we take ed, what we do? Knight d4 I don't like because knight e5 there is a pin with tempo. And in case of bishop d4 there is a bishop c5. And bishop c3 don't have time because of knight e5 attacking this rook. And queen b3 we eliminate this strong bishop. I'm not sure. Maybe nothing already. Okay, so queen e7 was played. Queen e2, Botvinnik, connecting the rooks. Ed, bishop e4, bishop d4, bishop c5. And the exchange of these bishops reduces the attacking potential for white. So bishop c5, queen c5 check, king h1. So the white's plan is obvious, yes? They need to sooner or later push these pawns forward, yeah, attacking. Hello, special. Welcome. g5 was played by Smyslov, not allow f4. g3. So white insisting of this plan, but they need to open up a little bit the king position, king's residence. Rook d8 was played. Knight e5 for black was not so good because of bishop a2. Very nice place for bishop. It's like laser shooting this diagonal without any problem. g4, f4 here. Knight f3 looks very active. With either some like g6, king g7, and give mate on h5 doesn't work because e5 attacking the knight. After knight d5, we take knight d5, cd, and we lose that. We're using that knight leave this square unprotected. So h3 here attacking this pawn. ZZZ chess. Hello, g5 was the most worthy of a position or positional puzzle. Yeah, Botvinnik says that g5 different commentators was evaluating differently. Somebody thought it was mistake, somebody was correct. Botvinnik himself, he thought that it was decent decision. Rook d8 was played. and not here, I mean in this position. And bishop a2 immediately by Botvinnik, because it was too early to play f4, because gf, and black uses this tempo, important tempo on bishop, and after bishop a2, rook d4, or suddenly they have counterplay over this fourth rank, and using these pawns are weak. So, and after rook d4, a5 move seems to be strong, attacking the knight. We cannot take because of check on f7 and rook a5. Or in case of e5 here, the knight f d5, you attacking here, attacking this knight, and after knight e4, there would be queen b4, and we see that black creates counterplay. Yeah, that's why he goes directly to, after rook d8, bishop a2. So safe position. Queen is not pinned with protection the bishop, and preparing f4 now. Yes, Oli Sky, bravo. Yes, he was very strong player. Rook f8 played by Smyslov, pinning the queen. Rook d1. Uh, the point that after f4, black would have counterplay after gf, and queen h5. That's why he played g5 to weakness king position here. And this queen starts attack from this side. That's why Botvinnik not in hurry. He played rook d1 here. Knight f8 was played. And finally, white will have chance to move forward the center. Rook d8, rook d8 and f4. No, sorry, not f4, e5 first. Attacking is a knight. In case of rook e8, then would be f4. Metal physician, queen b4. In which moment? In this position, queen b4. Not allow f4, yes? You want to attack here. Interesting move, by the way. What would happen? Maybe Botvinnik would play rook d2 with either double rooks and forcing anyway do something with his knight here or here. Then we take an e5, I guess. I'm not sure, but looks like rook d2. Sorry, rook. But rook d2. Yeah, g4 not works. I take fg, yes, and then this will. God knows what's going on here. Queen d2 is not super clear because I'm not sure what's going on after this move. Queen takes and I take here. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's also possible. But g4 also possible, yeah. I like the rook d2 looks solid from first sight, yes, with either rook fd1 here. Knight c5, I take, and then e5, knight d5. Okay, queen b4 was very interesting move, yes, possible. I'm just curious what computer said, just want to check. Too tired to think now. It's 1:30 a.m. Queen e7. What about queen b4? Queen e3. Okay, computer shows that it's like 0-0 evolution. Doesn't see anything special for white. This knight e5, yeah. So queen e3 and it kind of like repeat moves. Queen b6, queen c1. Can I play something more active? Queen b2. Okay, yeah, queen b4 is good move. Bravo. Queen b4 very useful. But Smyslov played knight e8 here, and Botvinnik take, and e5. Knight d5 by Smyslov. So he plays knight here to block probably this pawn, yes, not allow e6. and knight d5 played by Botvinnik. So same time, after this exchange, this d file will be closed for rook. But same time, this diagonal will be closed too, which is not so welcome for them. But on d5, this pawn will become weak, and this was decisive factor in this game. Rook e8 here, probably, I guess f4 was following. And in case of knight d5, we take fg, so gf first, gf, knight d5. But still, it was not so good, yes? We take and then attack this pawn somehow. Rook d1, then f5. Maybe knight d5, queen b5 also going to endgame could be interesting. What is this endgame? Just curious. What is this endgame? d4, rook d1, in case of rook d8, maybe f5. Still, I mean, why black has to work for draw here. Very unpleasant position. His bishop is so strong. Okay, so knight d5, knight d5 take, cd, and queen d2. So he says that it was very important with tempo. Try to play b4 and kick out the queen from the strong position. Uh, in case of f4 immediately, there would be this variation. And after queen g2, queen e4, and it was about equal position. That's why he played queen d2, not allow queen d4. Knight e6, and then f4. gf, gf, and queen c6 by Smyslov. And Botvinnik says most probably this move was decisive mistake here. And they underestimated the danger around this, um, about their position. It was absolutely necessary to play queen d4 here, and after queen d4, knight d4. In case of rook d1 now, it would be knight e6, f5, and then knight c5, using that this pawn is also weak. Now bishop d5 leads to king f8, not knight a4, because there is a check on f7. And after king f8, this will be still chances here. That's why after knight c5, rook d4 would be probably good solution. And king f8, king g2, king e7, a5, and g6 with some decent chances for draw. It was quite realistic. When was f5 strong move? Metaphysician. Which moment f5? You mean here f5 instead of rook d1, but maybe I can play even king f8 here and rook d1, then knight c6 and blocking. Not sure. Yeah, queen d4 was a good move actually, yeah. But he played queen c6. And f5 was played, logical continuation. Kick out this blocker. Yeah. Knight c5 is at knight e4, and queen g5, important tempo. Attacking rook and wants to play f6 or e6. Also rook g1. Now f6 was not helping here, because after f6 there was queen g2 strong move. Take aim on these d pawns, and knight e4 not possible. We could just take because of there is a pin. And after queen g2 fe, there would be b4, very unpleasant move. Kick out this knight from this strong position. And after knight d3, f6, attacking this pawn. And in case of queen d7, sorry, what is this? In case of queen d7, then queen e4. This was beautiful variation, attacking the knight. And in case of knight e4, then queen e5. Yeah. But Smyslov played here rook d7 and rook g1 move, attacking here. This leads nowhere because of rook g2, so he played f6 and ef, knight e4. This was hope of Smith law. And what happened here? Can you calculate, guys? Yeah, f7 was strong move. Queen h6. Let me see what is queen h6. Probably he can just take queen f6 here. And there is no threat after bishop d5, rook d5. Yeah, the Smyslov hoped that after queen g2 he will take here, have better position because pawns are weak, these pawns are defended. But f7 check, surprise, cold shower here. And black are hopeless in this position. Uh, Rook f7 he took, but after check on d8 he cannot play this because of check. And after king h7, bishop d5 was the move, attacking all same time all three pieces. And after knight f2 check, king g2, he played queen f6, but after queen f6, rook f6, king f2, rook f5, bishop f3, he played one unnecessary move, and after rook g4, he simply resigned here. Yeah, this was a move. This was a game. Okay, guys, enough for tonight. I will rate. I will rate and then try to rest. And I'm waiting you tomorrow on the title Tuesday. Sanchuk, Baadur, I have just discovered your stream and I enjoyed. Wondered the game analysis of a great. Thank you very much, Sanchuk. Hmm. Yes, you can. If you find time, will be nice if you support me tomorrow. Okay, thank you guys. Let me rate. Let me rate some people. Let's see who is online. Don't go. Thank you very much. Let's rate for Twinkle Toes, a young guy. He also supporting me. He was my moderator. Also, thanks to him, you can possibility to see me now and hear me because he helped me with technical stuff. So let's appreciate guy with support. Follow him if you can, of course. Uh, Thank you guys. 1 second. Let me follow. Let me rate Twinkle Toes. 1 second. Rate Twinkle I guess I did it correctly. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, guys, for your attention and bye bye. See you tomorrow, I hope.